Welcome to the Marshall Pruitt Podcast, brought to you by Cooper Tires and the Justice Brothers. This is our Inside the Sports Car Paddock interview show. We're going to do something very special this week, going to be the all Jeff Braun engineering insider tech pieces, the first 8. We're going back to episode 1, rolling through episode 8. And so what we have coming here spans all manner of interesting engineering, technical, procedural, you name it, type content from our dear friend Mr. Braun, race engineer for the Core Autosport IMSA DPi team. So what we're going to do here is simply roll into 8 different segments, starting with episode 1 from January 30th, our debut episode where Jeff breaks down the team's incredible efforts to get their Nissan Onroak DPi to the finish line at the Rolex 24 at Daytona, and the reasons why heavy rains made it impossible to continue racing, and whether that first red flag should have been the final red flag of the day. And then I'll roll in with intros to each of the following episodes that come in afterwards with just his segments alone. It's a long one here. This is a very long episode, but we're going to try and do this approximately every 8 episodes, come up with these mini anthologies. Well, many in terms of number of episodes, not many in terms of length. But since we get so much feedback from so many of you saying, wow, the conversations with Jeff are really, really one of the big highlights of the week in terms of podcast goodness related to sports cars, wanted to make sure that we break these down into dedicated Jeff Braun episodes every couple of months. And so that's what we're doing for this week. We'll be back next week with our usual interviews with a variety of cast of characters from Paddocks across the world, plus one with Jeff as well to kick things off. But for now, let's get going with episode 1 of Inside the Sports Car Paddock, Jeff Braun's initial feature for us, coming from January 30th, 2019, brought to us by Cooper Tires and the Justice Brothers. Jeff Braun, we have just come home from one of the more memorable Rolex 24s. I know for you it was your 30th plus Transact. I mean, I saw some Transact racing photos when you're running your own team, but brother, you've done a lot of these. How many?
This was 31 in a row for me. So, yeah, I'm officially the old guy. That's for sure.
Well, at least you got the white hair to match, my friend. You know, you look like the old wise sage.
Exactly. Well, looks are deceiving, I guess. The wise part of it might not be right. I don't know that I was. You would classify me as smart, standing around and doing what we did last weekend, but it was not like any of the other 30 I had done. I can tell you that.
Well, on top of you being an old and dear friend and also one of the amazing practitioners of race engineering, I figure folks might really enjoy hearing from you, knowing that your efforts in leading the engineering on the number 54 Core Autosport Nissan Onroak DPi. Boy, you guys made a really, really impressive run heading into the event, and obviously the final result was not what you wanted. 4th, still not bad, though, by any stretch, knowing how many times we saw either bodywork falling off the back of the thing or, the weather conditions contributing to some of the issues. Before we get into all the madness that took place and some of the 31 years of context you can provide, share some thoughts about brand new car, debut for you, having to learn everything from scratch, come up with new setups, new tires for you. It sure seemed from the outside like you punched well above your weight.
Well, thanks, Marshall. I appreciate it. I guess the one thing I can say is after the race, we were standing around kind of talking about how we had done, and we mentioned that if 40 days ago when we got the cars, when we unloaded them into our shop, somebody would have handed us a piece of paper and said, okay, you can now sign up for 4th place at Daytona, the first car not on the lead lap, and just sign this paper and you can guarantee that. We all would have signed it in a heartbeat and run away and gone, phew, okay, we'll take that because that's probably not going to happen. And so we were really happy. I mean, it was a tough time starting so late. The first wheel it ever turned for us was on the second practice at the Roar. And so we were, I've probably never been so happy with a fourth place finish. Our expectations and our goals will certainly increase from here, but that was better than we all thought we would do with such a late start. So, we'll take it. I think we could have. We had the pace to contend for a win if it would have been green, and we wouldn't have had our little problem. But all in all, a great weekend for all of us at Core and Nissan.
So getting into the race, obviously John doing the opening stint and knowing that the rest of the driving trio would be looking to regain some ground and get into a competitive position. I mean, that was the formula that was used last season to such great effect. What were your thoughts about the team's competitiveness or competitive state heading into the evening, heading into the overnight, before rain and treacherous conditions became part of our reality? Did you feel like you were, had a reason to be optimistic about a quality finish?
Yes, for sure. I mean, the first thing that happened is John did a triple stint right from the start, brought the car in on the lead lap.
Yep.
We were like, well, that's not technically true. We had a flat right rear tire. We ran over some debris. There was debris on the track. IMSA called it, and one lap later, our right rear tire went down going to the bus stop. He was on the lead lap before the tire went down. By the time he limped back to the pits, we had lost a lap, but that wasn't due to his performance. So John brings the car in on the lead lap, and we're all, we hadn't planned on that happening. He had a great performance, and then we ran Romain and Loic, and we were just, as the kids say, chilling and grilling there, just not doing anything special, just kind of hanging out. We're not trying to go fast. We're trying to save our tires, save our fuel, save our brakes, just staying on the lead lap. With 20 hours to go, that's all you need to do at that point. We put John back in for a triple stint, expecting probably to be a lap or two down. And, okay, it was after 3 stints, it worked out on pitting strategy and all of that, where John brings the car in, leading the race. Not a lap down, not 2 laps down like you would expect, but first overall. And we're like, oh, okay, we're way ahead of schedule here, because we thought we would have to, struggle to make some laps back. So our pace looked good with our pro guys in there. John did probably the best drive I've ever seen him do in all the years I've worked with him. And we were looking pretty good, I think. And then suddenly we had a clutch pressure sensor fail, and we had to do some magic stuff in the pits to try to fix that problem, and that cost us about 4 laps. And then so we still had the pace and a lot of time to make those laps back, because you can almost, if you do it right and you play your strategy right and you get off sequence the right way, you can make a lap back most of the time on every yellow. So we still had more than half the race to go, and so we were still pretty encouraged.
You mentioned you do this one thing which I hope many folks love, and more will start to follow either on your Instagram account or wherever you happen to be in social media. And these are your random observations that you post, not only after an IMSA race, it could be after an F1 race, IndyCar, you name it. One of the points that you mentioned was how much you appreciated and how unsung some of your assistant engineers were in helping to make the Nissan shift and go forward. Tell us about that, right? I mean, folks, I think the average racing fan understands, hey, this suspension part broke. We brought it in, we replaced it out, we went. The steering wheel's malfunctioning. We unplugged that one, plugged in the spare, everything worked. Having to do coding on the timing stand in the middle of a race and hoping it's going to bring your car back to life, that's some next level stuff.
That was, yes, that's something that people, as you say, people see the miraculous repair of the broken rear suspension or the rear wings falling off the car, and the guys put it back together in 30 seconds or whatever. That's that's pretty amazing. And we've got guys who can do that and guys who did that during the race. What people didn't see is, and I will be the first one to admit that I am not still entirely clear of all the details of this, and I'm not really even sure I want to know all the details of how they exactly fixed it. But the car stopped shifting. So our cars have what's called no lift shift. So the driver can just pull the upshift paddle without taking his foot off the throttle, and the electronics cut the ignition and do a torque reduction very quickly. We're talking milliseconds here. That allows the gear to change, and then it's right back at full throttle again.
Otherwise, we'd be more or less breaking suspension or gearbox components at some point by just being flat on the throttle and pulling gears. Without that little interruption, things can go bad quickly.
Yes, and you'd never get it into gear. You just need to, just like you do when you normally shift, you have to lift off the throttle for a second to kind of unload the gearbox to allow the next gear to go in. Well, this is all done automatically and timed very, very precisely, and then timed at a much quicker rate than a human could do, so that you have less time off the throttle, so you can continue accelerating as you upshift. So basically, a sensor in the car failed, which allowed that not to happen anymore. And so Romain Dumas was in the car at the time, and he had to go back old school. We have to lift off the throttle, pull the paddle, back on the throttle. And the problem is the way the shift actuator works and all of that, even though he was doing it as quick as he could, the gearbox was expecting it to happen faster. And so we would get this dog ring to dog ring interference every time he made an upshift, which the dog rings are the devices that actually grab the gear and put it into mesh with the next gear. Enough times of that, and the dog rings fail and the gearbox fails, and you stop on the track because you have no gears anymore. So we couldn't allow that to continue to happen for the next 12 hours. The gearbox wouldn't make it another 2 hours. So the sensor, to change the sensor is probably a half an hour job. So my electronics guys, I have Tyler and Nick and Henry and Lee all back there monitoring various things. One guy's an engine guy, one guy's a TC guy, one guy is a data guy, the other guy is kind of overall complete systems, all the electronic systems. So those four guys all put their heads together and wrote a few lines of code that changed the logic in the system and allowed the car to shift by itself, no lift shift, without using that output from that sensor that had failed. It sort of went into a default mode, but it wasn't the right default mode to allow us to continue on. So they got the thing, they were like, okay, we can reprogram it, and I said, okay, let me know when you're ready. So we did a couple more laps, and I was, it's like the old Apollo mission. It was like, okay, we're going to go around the room, Fido, Guido, guidance, and all this kind of stuff. I was like, PC, we're go, engine, go, systems, go. And everybody was kind of checking in, and I was like, okay, pit to pit. And all of a sudden I got from one of the guys, whoa, wait a minute, another line of code. So stay out. We stayed out one more lap, and then finally we would go, came rolling down pit lane, plugged in two cables, one for the ECU, which is the engine control unit, and one for the IPU, which is the power distribution unit, which controls all the power in the car and where that power goes from one switch to another switch and all of that. So one of our engineers, Lee, was programming the IPU, and Nick and Henry were programming the ECU. And
you were up there with duct tape and an air scrubber, I think, if I remember from my Apollo movie. So
yeah, that must have been me, right? I'm like, okay, I hope this works, and then I'm like, will the engine start? I'm like, yep, I'm 99% positive, pretty sure it might, but I'm not really that sure. And so And so they programmed it, and we went to start it, and it didn't start. And then just a minute, click, 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 click. Okay, try it now. Boom, and it starts up. And there was a second there where I thought, we could have just programmed this thing to never start again. We might be done with our race because we changed all the programming, and the engine will never start ever again. Well, it took about 10 seconds. They got that figured out, poof, and it started up, and we drove out of the pits. And suddenly we had our shift back. It was a little longer than it should have been, and a little slower and a little harsher. So then they were like, just a minute, let me look at the telemetry. And they looked at the telemetry, they looked at the data, they analyzed what the current shift speed was, made a couple more changes to the shift speed, reduced it a couple milliseconds here, and made it delay some milliseconds there, came back in the pits at the next pit stop, reprogrammed it again, left, and the drivers were like, perfect, just the way it was before.
Wow.
And, yeah. So it was it was no different than fixing a whole front suspension so we could continue on. They fixed the car so we could continue on. Without that, we would have been done. It was pretty cool, and nobody really gets to see it, and they're kind of unsung guys, Nobody's too impressed with some guy typing on his computer, but heck, I was super impressed.
A couple other things, Jeff, I was hoping you could shed some light on, and this is starting to draw back on your extreme experience at the Rolex 24. When the rain started to fall, and it started to fall in a very heavy manner, and then we started getting to a point where saturation was taking place, the track, actual dirt and grass and everything in and around the track just could not accept wouldn't take any more water on. We start getting enough where there's just standing puddles and aquaplaning taking place. Had a number of fans, and I realize that in today's world we often believe everything has a solution. Any and everything can be fixed. There's no reason to stop or to be held back in any capacity. And I think with that mindset that there are some folks who are critical of the series or teams or otherwise saying, hey, you can keep racing. There's some easy solutions, right? Just slow down was one of them. Another one was, well, just everybody change the ride height, increase the ride height. There were all manner of suggestions as to how the untenable situation of continuing, of being able to race in a controlled and safe manner could have been overcome by the simplest of means. I don't want to discourage folks from sharing their ideas, but at the same time, I'm going to go with a race engineer like yourself compared to someone who does not have race engineering knowledge or experience for real answers. You share, Jeff, some thoughts on both the reason why it became impossible to continue racing, and after that we might get into some of the early warning signs as to when we might have considered stopping. But why couldn't we have just gone slower or changed ride heights or otherwise?
Oh, those are great questions, and not bad questions either. I mean, it would seem obvious. Well, we'll just slow down if you're flying off the racetrack. That's what we do in the dry. We slow down. If we can't make that corner at 120 miles an hour, we slow down to 119 and don't fly off the track. The problem with the rain is, first of all, slowing down. Let's talk about that. That would be certainly possible. You could slow down with a prototype. We'll take a DPi car like I was running. You could slow down enough to make it okay. Maybe 40, 50 miles an hour might work. The thing that people forget or may not understand is that our cars are running at a ride height at dynamic ride heights at speed of, let's say, 80 to 100 miles an hour. We're running 25 millimeters off the ground. That's 1 inch off the ground. 1 inch. I think most people who watch the race would admit that the puddles that were out there were an inch or more deep. That the small puddles were an inch. The deep puddles were 2 inches, 3 inches. The bus stop, for instance, was flooded. And so one of the reasons that these cars can make such amazing downforce in the dry is the way they're shaped. And if you look at a prototype from the side, the nose is raised up. You'll see the splitter is kind of high. That's to take a lot of air in. Then as the air goes past the front axle into the middle of the car, the shape of the underbody is such that it compresses that air so it gets closer to the ground. And that's where you have your 1 inch of ride height. So the air sucks a lot of air in, it compresses it in the middle of the car, and then it expands it out the diffuser. Well, that works really great in the dry. But in the rain, what it does is it sucks in at the front of the car a massive amount of water, and then it tries to compress that water between the ground and the underside of the car. Well, we know for the most part, at least in our world, water is not compressible. So it just, as it tries to compress this water, squeeze this water to the middle 1 inch section, it just lifts the car off the ground, purely lifts the car off the ground. And you don't even have to be in an inch of water for it to lift it off, because we've taken in a volume of gallons of water at the front because it's real high. It's like a funnel. So we've funneled all this water right to the middle of the car, and now it has to go someplace, and it just lifts the car off the ground. And so we're actually wedging the car off the ground with this giant flat bottom, and now the wheel loads, the tires, essentially don't touch the ground anymore, and you're a boat. You're floating.
And you're seeing this on telemetry. I mean, you have strain gauges on all four corners of the car that tell you the loads being transmitted to the wheels, how much force is being pushed down onto the suspension push rods. You see, if we're talking about dry on a qualifying lap, you're seeing thousands of pounds of force being compressed onto the wheels, through the chassis, down through the push rods that are connecting the suspension to the outboard to those wheels and such. And you'll also see in the rain, if and when we have enough rain, instead of seeing big 4-digit numbers, you could see very low 3-digit, if not 0, telling us that there's really nothing pushing this car down onto a hard surface.
Exactly. I mean, it's so we see the actual loads when the car sits there in the pits at 0 miles per hour. We're seeing the loads on our telemetry that you would see when you see the teams place the car on scales in the garage area to measure the corner weights. We see those exact same numbers on our telemetry to show us exactly how much weight is on each tire. And in the rain, we'll see normally at the front, let's call it 200 kilograms of weight on each front tire. We were seeing in the rain under 50 kilograms of weight. I mean, the car is just floating. You don't have any contact with the road anymore. So that's and so you could slow down, for sure. You could slow down. And if you ran 30, 40 miles an hour through there, you could probably not get that big water compression in the middle and lift the car off, and you'd be fine. I don't think anybody would want to see everybody slow down to 40 miles an hour and go around. That's
a point that I raised to some folks on Sunday as well, and this is not trying to be critical, it's just being blunt. If you're a fan of the NBA and you really want to watch the finals and you want to see the Warriors play the Lakers and you want to see Steph Curry against LeBron James, if the court was in an inch or two deep of water and running was so dangerous where they could fall and slip, break an ankle, blow out a knee or otherwise, would you say, okay, but we still want to see a game, let's set a rule where everyone has to walk, and walk gingerly for the entire 4 quarters? Would you... It's possible the game could go on, but is that something that anyone would actually want to watch? Two of the world's greatest basketball players stepping gingerly, almost like, the cartoon thief trying to sneak through the house so they aren't heard, just to avoid slipping and falling and injuring themselves. I think the answer is no. To me, at least, and I might be in the minority, but if it's not a race, a real race, even in hard rain, but where drivers can maintain control, then I don't want to watch something where folks are tiptoeing just for the sake of keeping it going. So at least that's my mindset.
Exactly. Well, did anybody watch the Pro Bowl this weekend? The NFL Pro Bowl? I mean, really? Who wants to watch that? And your analogy is not so far off. And then the second thing is it's pure visibility. We were lucky enough to have in-car camera on our car for the whole race, and one of the things that IMSA provides is a feed of all the in-car cameras, and we can select our in-car camera and watch it real time, full time. And so we were watching what our drivers were seeing, and our drivers were certainly you just couldn't see. I remember Colin was in the car, and he said one of the worst things here is the restarts. What happens is you get a restart, you bunch everybody up. Now these cars are all designed to do what I described before, to suck the air in and pump it out the back. And so you get these massive rooster tails at, 60 miles an hour, you got giant rooster tails. At 120, it's unbelievable the amount of water they're pumping out the back. I'm sure everybody saw it on TV. Well, on a restart, it's 40-plus cars pumping this water out into the air, and the cars behind, you just can't see. There's no way you can see. And so what happens is, the big fear was, remember back, I don't remember what year it was, when Mimo Gidley had his big accident.
2014.
And that was in the dry.
Yep.
Okay, 2014. It was because he was unsighted. He was behind a car, another car had stopped, and he popped out, and boom, he ran into a car. That potential for a similar kind of accident existed in the rain, because a car spins up in front of you. It's just a giant mist, and you're coming in at 120, 140, whatever the speed is, and you can't see, you can't avoid him. Suddenly, he's just there, and you see him 2 car lengths before you hit him when he's parked and you're at 150 miles an hour. And that was the fear, because obviously cars are spinning in the wet, cars are off track, and you just can't see what's coming up, and that potential was huge. That was the big thing our drivers were complaining about, was I can't see, it just, and they're race car drivers. They, you could say, okay, well, if it's really that bad and you're scared, just pull off the racetrack and stop racing. I mean, it's not what's going to happen. These guys are going to go, and they just cross their fingers that, that doesn't happen. And I think that's what made it so tough, and tough on the race directors and the powers that be at IMSA to make that decision. Nobody wanted to stop the race, but nobody wants somebody to get hurt, and it's a fine line. Racing's dangerous. It certainly is a dangerous sport. Everybody accepts that, and it's not unknown to anybody. And I think there's a certain limit of how far you go to danger. And I don't think the show is very good. So if it's dangerous and it's not exciting, then there's little point to continue, in my opinion.
Let's touch, Jeff, on the question of why not just have everybody come in and raise the ride height, and then we'll come back to the conditions you were seeing, and I think we were all seeing, and wondering when, if the first red flag should have been lifted. But what about the idea of, all right, IMSA says, everybody come in, raise your ride heights, and then you can race adequately in the rain?
Yeah, so first of all, you couldn't get the cars up high enough. They're pumping too much water underneath the cars.
There's also, I would say, specifically on prototypes, but also many GTs as well, there's a genuine limitation in how high you could raise the car that might be considered even remotely beneficial, meaning, you've got a fairly narrow range of how high you can jack a prototype up in the air, simply because the threads on the adjusters aren't 5, 6, 8 inches long.
Exactly.
It's not as if you could go to monster truck ride heights because there's that much adjustment just waiting there to be used. It physically isn't there to be, the adjusters aren't that long to be able to do that.
Exactly. I couldn't double my ride height. I couldn't go from where we were another inch higher. The push rods would fall apart. There's just not, the barrels aren't long enough, the threads aren't long enough, you would never run that. And then, even if you could, you would end up with ridiculous, the suspension wishbones couldn't run at those angles, the camber would all change. It's just impractical. You can't do it.
You'd almost need to take 2 to 3 hours off. And I'm not even sure that would be enough time, because I don't know if everybody would have all the things they needed to go back to the garages, try and knock, because you mentioned the knock-on effect, try and get the rest of the suspension geometry to even play or work. Caster as well, bump, steer. There would probably be a lot of profit to be made if someone had a full machine shop to make all the parts and pieces just to, raise cars up a significant amount and provide the pieces needed to then make the suspension actually work at that new level.
And then if you could double the ride height, it still wouldn't be, it would be a 5% benefit. To really get it to work, you'd have to raise it 5 inches, something like that. It just would be, it's impractical. It's not something that you could really do and have any real benefit. Not in a modern car.
Yeah, well, let's move on to the last topic of interest, and I mention this because, you and I have been in this sport a long time. You, longer than me for sure, but we've been in the sport for a long time. We've both worked in IMSA for a long time and other series, love these series, want them to succeed. That's the place where the following line of questions and debate's going to come from. It's not about slinging arrows. When the race went red for the first time and conditions were as bad as they were to warrant it, I know that a lot of us, those of us who are racers, who have raced, who both on track, also on the team side, you name it, those who've dedicated their lives to racing, I think it would be safe to say many of us were genuinely surprised when there was the call that came, hey, we're going back to green. Then we had what I think most people expected, most racers expected, which was the big crashes that followed, that seemed to be inevitable, that we knew were going to happen. And, we then did eventually go back to red, but at least from what I've heard in terms of drivers, teams, otherwise sending messages up to race control. And there are many people in race control here. We're not just singling out one person by any means. But there are a lot of messages being sent to race control long before that final red flag came out. An hour or more, definitely. Not just the 7 laps that Fernando Alonso mentioned, but there are folks very early into the return to green who said, boy, I don't think this is going to end up playing out in our favor and being the right call here. It's still too dangerous to go racing. We can't say that our drivers are necessarily going to be in the safest of conditions. What did you observe from your end? Did you feel like we could have been a little more proactive in not going back to racing or going back to red sooner based on the conditions you saw at that time?
I guess that's where I'm a little reluctant to, Monday morning quarterback that whole thing, because I don't fully understand all the things that the people in race control have going on, but I have a pretty good understanding of what factors go into that decision. And it's easy for us as a team to sit there and say, oh, you need to stop this, or oh, you should continue on. Why is it so? Why are you stopping it? I understand what they go through. There were times for sure when I thought we should stop it. That's just my opinion. That's just my driver's opinion. We were running in fourth place laps down, 3 laps down, 4 laps down. It would benefit us to continue the race because, we weren't leading yet. And so at the same time, I thought it was unsafe just looking at what I was seeing on our in-car video and listening to my drivers. They were not complaining, jumping up and down. Neither one of the 2 drivers or 3 actually that drove in the rain were saying, "Oh, we need to stop this. This is ridiculous." They were just saying, "Hey, I can't see anything. If something happens, it's just because I can't see." And we're floating. Like Duvall said, I'm driving a motorboat. I'm driving a motorboat, and it was things like that. So we just went into full defense mode to try to finish, and hoping we could get our laps back by our competitors having a problem in those conditions and us not having a problem. So hard to blame race control, but we certainly let race control know what we thought was the best thing, and I think a lot of teams did the same thing about, this is dangerous. We hope you stop this. And so I think we would have liked it stopped, but I'm not going to blame them for not stopping it when they did. There's a lot of things that I have no real understanding of that go on there, a lot of other considerations. So, yeah, it's a tough. I would not want that job. I would not want to have to make that decision. So I think for me, I think it would have been nice if they would have stopped it a little bit earlier, but I don't blame them for what they did or how they handled it. Tough situation, and I would always say that unless you're actually in there doing it and understand all the factors that are involved, then you're probably better off not commenting or not criticizing. It's also what I hope people do when they consider the stupid mistakes that I've made as a race engineer or a strategist, and unless you're there, it's pretty hard to really understand what's going on. And so I'll kind of leave it at that. They're a tough situation to be in. Luckily, everything worked out where no one was hurt, and there were some cars torn up, and I think cooler heads prevailed eventually at the right time. So, yeah, just a tough situation.
One thing maybe to close on this, Jeff, and bringing over something from IndyCar that I know has taken place, is in situations like this where either it's extreme rain or track is breaking up in the dry somewhere and possibly causing some problems, or name something that would be negatively affecting all of the drivers in the race, and where the series needs some unfiltered, honest input to help them decide how to act or react. I know one thing that IndyCar has done is tried to identify some no BS voices in the cockpit that they can rely on. And so I mentioned this as maybe something to consider if it's already in place. I don't know if it is, but I'm sure I'll be told afterwards if it's the case. But there were some things that came out after the race when the series came into the media center to explain the rationale behind when they called the red, when they went back to green, and so on. And one of the points that was mentioned was, well, we were receiving a lot of input from all kinds of drivers telling us to stop, but we also had to take some of those with a proverbial grain of salt, because some of the calls for us to stop were coming from people who were leading. And so obviously if we threw the red flag, knowing that, no one expected the conditions to improve, we would effectively be baking in their victory, right? So there could be a conflict of interest here. And you could be faced, Jeff, obviously, with a situation where if you have, say, a short list of drivers that you are going to ask to be available and give you that no BS answer, there could be a situation where one of them might be leading a race, and you might have to say, well, I'm not going to rely on good old Larry or Mike or Bob because they're in a potentially conflicting situation. But it just seemed to me that in a situation like this, among the flurry of SMS, texts coming in, you name it, to the tower saying, stop, 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 that there, was there an opportunity, or is there an opportunity going forward to say, okay, in GTD, I know that these are 5 or 10 drivers who they're going to give an unfiltered, unvarnished opinion, period. They're going to think of the bigger picture and what's best for us, not for themselves. Okay, these are ones that I know we can rely on privately. We're not telling anyone who they are, but I can call into the car and say, hey, folks are saying it's this. Is that true? Give me your thought. And in GTLM, and in P2, and in DPi, where private communication, the series can say, all right, we feel confident in what we're being told by these number of drivers we've reached out to and kind of built this private list with, that what they're telling us is going to be the real deal, and that is going to help us make a decision to go in one direction or the other. If that isn't in place, I would just say that as we head to Sebring and beyond, that would be, I think, a marvelous adjustment, because then you weed out the flurry of potential conflicted interests and otherwise, and knowing that at least IndyCar has done this to try and have that no BS group they can rely upon, maybe that would be the thing where, if we should have gone red or stayed red the entire time, maybe there could have been that list of folks to help arrive at that conclusion sooner. So I don't know if that's so much a question, but just an idea.
Yeah, Marshall, I think you're right. That's probably something that could be looked at. I know for sure IMSA has their driver advisor group that's up there in race control, to look at things like driving infractions or blocking penalties and things like that. They help the race director and other competition people up there make those decisions. Johnny Unser and Elliot Forbes Robinson and Didier Tays were there for this race. And those guys all have great experience at that, and they can look at the in-car videos, they can see the restarts, they can see what's happening, and they're smart guys, and I'm sure they were one of the hundreds of factors that Bo Barfield and his group were looking at and considering to decide whether we should continue or not. The weather forecast, the radar, all that information they have, all the teams, guys like myself, texting them, and they're like, okay, this guy has this hidden agenda, and this guy has this agenda, and all of that has to come in to be filtered down, and then one decision being made, which is nearly impossible and very difficult. Something that, like I said before, I wouldn't want any part of, and amazed that they can even come to any decision with all of that going on. But who knows? Maybe it's a combination of that. I'm pretty certain that IMSA monitors all the crew's radios, and maybe under a yellow flag situation like that, I'm just thinking this off the top of my head, one of those guys, one of those drivers could actually talk directly to one of your, trusted drivers in each class and just say, hey, Andy Lally, what's the real deal out there? And it could be Didier talking to Andy Lally and getting the story, or, under yellow. Maybe that's something that could happen. But a lot of smart people up there in a super difficult decision-making time, and all I can do is, throw in my opinion, which is just one more data point for them to consider in making their decision, and not mad that they didn't, get a piece of information from me and go immediately, oh, it's from Jeff Braun. We have to actually do this right now and act on it precisely. I don't expect that at all. I just, they went from 99 data points to 100 when I sent my note in, and they had 99 other people saying their opinion, and they made the decision. And as it turned out, it was okay. I was just disappointed we couldn't do an actual 24-hour race. My wife Diane actually brought up a good point. She says, "Well, why don't we just stop and run it on Monday? They do it in NASCAR all the time." And I didn't have a good answer for her.
Well, I wouldn't disagree. I know that I think everybody's goal was to try and get the full race in. So there's nothing wrong with that. There's no criticisms to offer there whatsoever. My mindset, as someone who spent about a year of his life as a race director once, is just understanding that safety is truly the number one thing to regard during a motor racing event. If you have accepted that role as a steward, as an advisor, as a you name it, if you're up there in the tower, beyond television, beyond I hate to say it, but beyond the folks who have paid for tickets, and their entertainment value, your number one item you're tasked with is the safety, maintaining the safety of those who happen to be racing, also those who are spectating, right? You don't want to allow something to get so crazy where cars are potentially flying off and injuring fans strictly because the weather has gotten so bad the vehicles can't be controlled. It comes back to maybe the not so much fun angle of, hey, what is most important here? It's not television, it's not entertainment, it's making sure the men and women inside of those vehicles and those on pit lane and the track workers and such, the safety marshals, that they are in as high a state of safety as can be preserved. And if there's any feeling or sense that through no fault of their own, the skies have made things absolutely impossible for that control to be maintained, beyond any other consideration, that's where the voices of a Jeff Braun, an Andy Lowley, a whomever saying, hey, we have the most talented folks imaginable in sports cars, driving on really good tires, rain tires too, and they can't do their jobs and say that they can be safe, and portions of every lap they surrender to chance and possibility because of, as you mentioned, the aquaplaning, the you name it. That to me, that's where you come back and say, you're the ref. You're the ref trying to safeguard the safety of your players. That has to be number one. And I'm not saying that philosophy or that commitment was compromised at all. I just don't know. There's a part of me that says, could we have gone to a safer stance earlier? They chose to call the red when they did, so maybe their call was 100% correct, and my belief that they should have called it earlier is 100% wrong. I just come into it from the mindset of, boy, safety is absolutely key when the weather turns conditions to a point to where control of the vehicles kind of being given up to an uncomfortable percentage.
Yeah, and not to beat it to death, but I would think that if for me, if you could somehow magically make the visibility okay, I think that not being able to control your vehicle part now becomes a skill and a cool thing to watch. Let's see, okay, so your car's going to float in the bus stop. Got it. It's going to do that. Okay, some drivers will figure that out better than others. Some people might be able to adjust to that better. Some might get lucky and float in a straight line. Some might get unlucky and float sideways and spin out. That's okay. That's a skill event. We race in the rain. The idea is to make the most number of laps you can in 24 hours under whatever conditions, darkness, wind, rain, doesn't matter. That's part of what we're trying to do and what we're trying to show off the skill of these drivers to be able to do. That would even be okay with me. The problem is when one driver floats sideways and stops in the middle of the racetrack, and the next driver, just minding his own business, can't see him until he's 8 feet from a car that's parked, and drills straight into the side of him, and they both get injured just because they couldn't see. That's a problem. If he can see a car spun at the exit of the bus stop sideways because he got it wrong, as he's entering the bus stop, and adjust his speed and his direction and all of that to avoid the guy who he sees spun, because that guy didn't have the skill or got unlucky, no problem. It's that when you arrive there without being able to see the guy parked and you just crash straight into him, there's no skill involved there. There's no fun factor of the fans watching one driver.
Even I could do that. That could be my claim to fame, you know?
Right.
The conditions were so bad we threw in Pruitt to be a wrecking ball because he sure as hell isn't worth a darn in the dry.
Yeah. So, see, fans want to watch skilled drivers negotiate that and do that right.
That argument again. All right, I'm out.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, anyway, that's what I think. If the visibility could be right, it would be okay. And Colin even said that to me on the radio, because he was in when the first red came on, and then they made the drivers that were in the car when the red came out restart the race. And he was like, okay, good. Maybe when the sun comes, there wasn't any sun. When the light comes up, when it's not as dark, maybe the visibility will get better. And in fact, it didn't, because it was overcast and the spray was just as bad and things like that. But that's what most of the drivers are concerned about, was visibility. I just can't see. They all think, race car drivers all think that they're, better skilled than anybody else. And if there's an 8-foot puddle and you have to hit it 120 miles an hour, they'll be able to get through it. No one else will. That's what they all think.
Yeah,
and that's cool.
Yeah.
And that's what people pay money to see, is who can do that the best, in the dry, in the wet, who's the best. But there's no skill involved with just getting lucky and not hitting a car that's parked in front of you. There's no skill there that we're watching or anything, and it's just, sometimes you got to protect the drivers from themselves, because they're just going to go do it.
And that's the other, that's another great point. There are a lot of great points to add here, and I'll close on this. This is one of those situations where I just hope, as we move forward and look forward, if we are unfortunately visited upon by the same level of oh my goodness type weather, this is one of those situations where I think it's okay to err on the side of stopping too soon and then saying, oh, well, hey, conditions improved faster than expected, we're going back to racing, than the other way around. I liken it to a MMA referee. If you see someone is clearly been punched in the head 3 or 4 times and they're losing their motor skills and the knockout is soon, it's imminent, do you need to wait until that person is laying flat on the canvas, stiff as a board, with their eyes rolled in the back of their head because you let those 3 or 4 extra haymakers crack them on the jaw? Or do you say, okay, I'm going to we're at the tipping point here. I don't necessarily need to see this person's consciousness taken from them. I'm stepping in and waving it off now. Refs get a lot of guff when folks feel the fight was stopped too early, but coming back to that central point of safety, we do have this pretty awesome thing that's different in motor racing, where we can call a red flag, which stops the proverbial fight. And if we feel the conditions have improved, we can resume the fight. In MMA, it's final. It's over. The minute you wave it off, it's done. there's no chance for the fighter to regain their capabilities and keep fighting. But I have to admit here, just general takeaway, I would rather see IMSA and any other series step in before those that fighter's taken the oh my goodness punch that turns out their lights. Step in a little early, and then if you feel like, hey, you know what, we can keep going, pull that red, throw that green, and let's keep going. I know it might not be the most popular thing at the time. I'm not worried about the popularity contest. So.
Yep. No, I'm with you. Hey, you know what the coolest thing I saw was? We're parked right next to. We're pitted right in front of the BMW guys for the whole race, and it's the red flag and it's rain, and all the cars are parked right across the way from us in the fast lane, and they say, okay, we're going back to green. Well, we're going back to racing, even though it's raining, pouring down rain, and all the drivers to your cars, and I see all the drivers walking to their cars with their umbrellas and stuff, and out rolls Alex Zanardi in his wheelchair pushing it with his hands at like twice the pace that all the other drivers are walking out there, rolls up to his car, flings the door open, pops from his wheelchair into the car, belts himself in, closes the door, gets ready to go. I'm like, holy moly, that guy is the coolest guy, I think. I know everybody's seen it and everybody's seen what he's done and is amazed by it, but he just another racer. Man, it's time to go back to green. And he just shot from that pit lane to his car and popped in there and was like, let's go, boys. It's pretty cool.
That might be the biggest negative and positive of this event for me, Jeff. It's that we had the intense, bright, warm, loving character known as Alex Zanardi in our presence for most of the month between the roar and the race. And all of the things that make him just an exceptional human being. It was amazing. And then the negative is, I don't know if we're going to see him back anytime soon. So it's oh my goodness, how much better was our world having Alex a part of it. And then that kind of immediate sorrow of, but I don't want it to stop. He just, seriously, the entire paddock is just that bit brighter and happier, and folks are just smiling more. And not just the paddock itself, but fans, trust me, those who got a chance to take a selfie, get an autograph. I mean, these are folks who, beyond any other interactions, I think, are going to remember the 5 seconds they got with Alex Zanardi. They're going to remember those moments for the rest of their lives. So it's greed on my part. I just wish we had him always, because then our lives would be that much better always.
Well, it's what's going to, like we started out saying, I've done 31 of these. That's one of the special things I'm going to remember. My 31st Daytona 24 hours because of that. I see him being interviewed, and I'm a big MotoGP fan, and I think that the two guys that enjoy what they're doing more than anybody else, and it comes across in their interviews that makes you think this, is Valentino Rossi and Alex Zanardi. I mean, you listen to those guys and you're like, man, they are just having the time of their life. It just comes across in the first 5 seconds of any interview, and it's great to see.
I'm with you, my friend. Well, in the span of a conversation, you have explained racing in the rain from an engineering and physics standpoint, why we could not and should not do anything different than we did. We got into amazing coding in the middle of a race to keep a program together. We got into the thought process of rain and how a team interacts with race control as to when things may or may not go green or go red, and what we might ponder in the future. And then we close on Alex Zanardi. I think right there, we've just reached peak podcast, my friend. So
time to shut her down. Yeah, well, that's a great way to stop.
and with this new weekly show I'm adding, that's just purely interviews with good folks from IMSA, and our pal Graham Goodwin will be doing from WEC and otherwise. You and I have been looking for excuses on how can we just do more stuff together on a more regular basis, and don't be surprised if my number pops up. Now, I'm not saying once a week, but once, twice, maybe 3 times a month, because you're one of the gems, Mr. Braun, and folks do love learning from your interactions.
Love to do it. Like I say, the next best thing to actually racing is talking about it, and I love talking about it with you. You got a great insight. So whenever I can help, just give me a call. We'll talk about it.
Up next is episode 2 from February 4th, where Jeff discusses the rules and management process involved with drive time and IMSA. Jeff Braun, welcome back. Episode 2 of Inside the Sports Car Paddock, my friend. I figure,
it's fun.
Well, you and I gabbing about sports car racing, IndyCar racing, but more often than not, the engineering and technical side. I figured since we had a couple of drive time violations get announced late last week, why not get into that side and hopefully with your help explain not just the rules and how that works, since you have to manage that as part of the Core Autosport Nissan Onroak DPi effort, but also the software tools, the management aspect, how that's done, because I'm fairly sure it's not just you with a big clock hanging from the timing stand trying to monitor all 4 drivers, minimum drive time, etc. So why not just, how about week 2 here? Let's try and get folks up to speed on what drive time is like from the team management side and how you facilitate that. So let's just start there. What is it that you have to manage in order to comply with the rules in terms of drive time, knowing that each class and or driver ratings definitely influences the amount of time each driver must complete in order to score points?
Yeah, so it is probably a lot more complex than the average race fan would think. There's about, I'm looking right here, scrolling through it, there's maybe 5 pages in the rulebook that deals with drive time. And so what IMSA does is they require, let's take the DPi and GTLM, or what we call the pro classes, where there's no driver ranking restrictions. That's a fairly simple rule by IMSA. They required, and we'll just take Daytona for instance, they required what's called the base drive time, which is a time that every driver must complete in order for the car to score points. And at Daytona for the pro classes, DPi and GTLM, that was 2 hours. So every driver in your lineup, whether you had 3 or 4 drivers, had to do 2 hours base time. In the GTD and LMP2 classes, where they have Pro-Am drivers, there's a base time, which is longer, plus there's a minimum time for the AM-rated drivers, the silver or the bronze. And a lot of people wonder, well, why all these complex rules for that? What they want to do is make sure in the Pro-Am classes that the AM drivers contribute significantly to the result, because that's kind of the concept of that class. They don't want a guy doing 5 laps under yellow and getting out and saying he's driven, and then the pros do all the rest of the work. That's not the intent of those classes. So they make the minimum time for the AM drivers significant. It was 4 hours and 45 minutes at Daytona. And
you obviously would remember, because you ran your own car, Transact Racing Service. You ran your own IMSA GTP Lights program back in the late 80s at a time where IMSA came up with what was then known as the Linda Ludeman rule. And that was in Camel Lights, in that class where multiple drivers were required. Linda's boyfriend, Scott Schubot, who was the pro between the two of them, and Linda was not a bad driver, she just was not a high-end amateur. The rules simply said you had to, both the drivers had to drive the car, basically. And so what they would do in order to maximize the amount of time the best driver was in the seat, is under a yellow, what would look like it would be a long yellow. They'd come in and pit. Scott would jump out. Linda would climb in. She would do her, whatever it was, 1 or 2 laps minimum, then come back in, throw Scott in the car. And that didn't happen at every race. I mean, there were times where she certainly drove a lot longer, but by and large, a rule preventing the, hey, come on now. If you're just skirting things so that this person who is maybe more of a competitive liability than you would like, you're going to throw them in for 2 laps under a caution. That's really not what we're trying to achieve here. So that was decades ago, but this today is essentially a far more formal and structured version of saying, if the silver or bronze rated driver, the non-pro, who's not going to be as fast as the pros, if they're on the entry list and most likely contributing financially to the car being there, we're not going to let you get away with, the 2 laps under yellow kind of thing. They need to contribute just like all the other amateurs in the class and make this a real Pro-Am model.
Exactly. And it was just even very recently, before this rule was even extended further, was Ed Braun had been able to win Daytona doing 5 or 6 laps under yellow. And that's not taking anything away from Ed. Ed was trying to win the race with ESM, and they used the rules to their advantage, and that was the best thing to do to allow them a chance to win the race. It's almost like in spite of themselves. Ed paid a lot of money to go racing, and he wanted to win Daytona, and he wasn't going to compromise that by driving more than he had to, because he admittedly is a semi-pro driver who doesn't make a living driving race cars, and he had hired, really good world-class drivers to do that. Why would you drive if you didn't have to? But in reality, everybody wants to see the guys who are paying for it, the Ed Browns and those people, drive the car a significant amount. So IMSA put that rule in, and now nobody complains, but the point of it is that now no one is able to run less silver or amateur drive time than another person. So that's why IMSA has this rule. So everybody has to track that super accurately, because if you miss it by 10 seconds, the car gets no points. I mean, you essentially finish last. And that's what happened to a couple people at Daytona this year. So what we do is we are given by IMSA a timing and scoring feed, which is just a bunch of, think of it like a stock market ticker kind of thing. It's just data stream coming into us. And then there are various software packages that will decipher that feed and put it on our screens. And most people have seen the running order and the number of pit stops and all the information that we're getting back. Well, there's 2 companies, primary companies, well, 3 actually, that do the software. There's Alcamel that provides the timing and scoring feed to everyone, and they have a basic kind of viewing package, which gives you the basics. Most teams go for some very sophisticated software that each team licenses at the start of the year, and the 2 big ones are called Race Tools and HH Timing and Scoring. Both of those packages are similar in what they do, and they will allow the teams to view the data that's coming in from timing and scoring in whatever way they want to view it. You can manipulate the data, you can make reports, you can have it give you alerts and alarms, and it's super tunable for what you want. Well, one of the things that everybody looks at is drive time, and it measures the drive time of the drivers. And that's recorded when the car crosses the pit exit line, leaving the pits. There's a line there where they can take the speed limiter off. That starts their drive time. And their drive time stops when they enter the pits and hit that cone where they have to put the speed time on. So the big thing is, if you have even a pro class, we have to hit the base time. We have to hit 2 hours with every driver. The Pro-Am classes have to hit, at Daytona, they have to hit their 4 hours and 45 minutes with all of their AM-rated drivers. And so that's something that we monitor all the time. It's it's a real target that every team has to hit. And not unlike a fuel mileage target or a tire length target, it's required, because you will go no points unless you do that.
And so, obviously, in a fully pro class, Jeff, that's one thing for you to consider. But you've been a part of Pro-Am engineering, Pro-Am entries as well. You give us some insights, because I never had to do this back when I was, an engineer and a whatever team manager. To this level, I never had to do anything like this. How do you, or what's the general process, you believe, for structuring not just driver rotation, but knowing that, okay, we're going to want to put so-and-so in at the start, we're going to want this person to go second, hey, this person's particularly good in the dark, maybe their eyesight's better than the others. And you've got all the normal, this is how we want to structure our driver rotation and how many stints they might do based on a number of competitive criteria. How do you also factor in I'm also a clock manager and have to achieve this secondary thing of, hey, let's go try and win the race, but I can't overextend this, driver A because they're awesome and risk not having driver B or C get in their minimum drive time or etc. How do you formulate all that in going to try and win a race, create a strategy, while also trying to tick the box on minimum drive time?
Yeah, it's you've kind of described it. It's a lot of balls in the air, moving parts to manage. So, first thing, there's some basics. One, in a long race like Daytona, the big thing is to first figure out how long your drivers can physically go. Each car is different. Each driver's fitness level is different. Some of the AM drivers are, by the very nature, not pros. They don't do this for a living, and they're not as fit. They don't spend hours and hours a day in the gym all the time. So you kind of figure out what they could run in a stint length. So let's say Daytona, you could in a LMP2 car we'll take. You could probably run 3 stints. So that's going to be about an hour and a half or hour and 40 minutes. That's a normal stint. So then the other basic is, again, by definition, your AM drivers are not as fast as your pro drivers. So they are going to get behind against other pro drivers. So we will actually look at, we don't only watch the drive time of our driver to make sure that he's getting the minimum in. We will actually try to work strategically to have our pro driver in the car when their AM driver's in the car. And that gives us an advantage and other teams are doing the same thing. It's kind of like a football game. We know their strengths, they know our strengths, we know their weaknesses, they know ours, and we're trying to dance around and make sure that we have our strengths when they're at their weak point. And they're doing the same thing. So it's this big game of chess. We can see, okay, they still need an hour left with their one AM driver. They haven't run him yet. Or they've run him and he's only sat out for an hour. They probably can't put him back in right now. So they're going to probably put him in here. We'll try to get our pro driver in when they put their AM driver back in. So there's that aspect of it. The other thing that we'll do is we try to take our hit, is what I call it. The AM drivers are going to be slower than the pros. Try to take that detriment or that hit in performance as early as possible to give you yellow flags to make up that deficit. So on a yellow flag, obviously the field bunches up. So if your AM driver gets behind by 30 seconds and you have a yellow, he catches up and you're right back. You haven't lost anything. But you can't wait till 1 hour from the end of the race, put your AM driver in and take that 30-second hit, because you're unlikely to get a yellow to make it up. So you want to kind of front load your AM driver in the race and then run your pros toward the end. So, and most people take that strategy. So it's a big chess match to see what they're doing, what we're doing, what all the other teams are doing, and still get the drive time done properly so that you don't, want to follow the rules.
Another thing that happens we should share, Jeff, is, as you mentioned, every team opts into or buys some sort of higher level of data extrapolation software so that they can indeed see how others' drive time numbers are playing out. And you'll get two things happening. If you do start getting towards the end of a long race like this, in whichever class, you will have those who are seeing, hey, looks like so-and-so is coming up a little bit short, and I don't know if they're going to be able to either get that person in the car in a natural capacity, right? Or would they have to make an unscheduled, really a very detrimental pit stop to try and get a driver back in just to get in some of that extra time. And then you also have another thing, which I know has happened because I've been told, or I've asked and been told, is that race control is not, when possible, they're not necessarily just sitting there with their mouths shut, watching a violation coming into focus and saying nothing, allowing it to just happen. I know for a fact that if IMSA is seeing, hey, we're getting into the last hour of the race, and car number 2, driver A is short 10 minutes, you just might want to consider doing something here. Do know that those messages come down from race control via SMS. Don't want to say it's in every instance. It's not their responsibility to make sure that teams are paying attention to their own business and getting it right. But I do find it interesting, though, that you have the dynamic of competitors looking to see, like, ooh, that might be the weak one of the herd. We might be able to pick that one off because they haven't either scheduled their driver rotation properly or haven't managed their time correctly for each driver. But then you also have race control, when possible, trying to help teams to not get themselves sent to the back of the field in the final results, like we had with a couple of drivers on Friday.
Right, exactly. I mean, IMSA doesn't want to penalize people, so they'll try to help. It's not their responsibility, and if they don't mention it to you, you have no recourse. I mean, it's your responsibility, but there's an added complexity that we haven't talked about. Not only is there minimum drive times for AM drivers and pro drivers, there's also what's called it's the infamous 4 in 6 rule. And it originally came about to make sure that drivers didn't fatigue and just get tired and make mistakes or crash or something like that. So IMSA only allows a driver to drive 4 hours in any 6-hour period. And that seems pretty straightforward. Okay, so, you have, in the 24-hour race, you have 4 6-hour periods, 0 to 6 hours, 6 to 12, 12 to 18, and 18 to 24. But that's not exactly the way it works. The way it works is a 6-hour period starts when your driver gets in. So if your driver gets in at hour 2, his 6-hour period, first 6-hour period, ends at 8 hours, and he can only drive 4 within that. So you could drive him an hour, sit him out for an hour, drive him for 2 more, sit him out for 1, drive him for 1 more in that 6-hour period. The problem comes in is at the end of the race, there's another 6-hour period that goes from the end of the race backwards. And so you can have a driver overlapping 2 6-hour periods there where they could conflict with each other. He might have to get out because he's going to be too long in the first one, and yet you can't put him in because he can't go to the end yet. So the software where it's a very tricky calculation, and the software helps a bunch because it will actually give us the earliest time that every driver can get in the car and drive to the end of the race. And of course, at the end of the race, everybody puts their fastest guy in. So it's great for us to know, for instance, that, whatever car, the Penske car, here's their driver lineup, and here's when they can put their guy in and run him to the end. And we may be able to see that they can't put their fastest guy in until 2 hours from the end.
Yeah.
Or we could put our fastest guy in 3 hours from the end. And we'll actually try to manipulate our driving time in the middle of the race to give us that advantage.
It's all kinds of fun, and this is the race strategy side that I love. I hope, to close here, Jeff, that this is something that NBC Sports, as they continue to wrap their production sensibilities around IMSA, will spend more time on this, because the cars going around the track, going quickly, I mean, that's great, that's awesome, that's why we watch. But there's also this very interesting war going on every timing stand in every class, trying to manage all of the things that you have mentioned. And that it's a place where differences and aptitudes definitely play out in the final results. It's not just our drivers drove faster than yours. It's how did we order those drivers? Where did we choose to get this amount of time done compared to that amount of time done, if we're talking minimum drive time and such? It's just, there's this really interesting orchestration that, if done correctly, ends up helping a team succeed where otherwise they might have had a fairly average result. And it's just a little minutia here that, you've been doing for decades and decades, and I did for a far shorter amount of time, but I love this stuff, and I hope our listeners love this stuff, and I also look forward to us trying to do this on almost, if not a weekly basis, of just trying to pick different tech topics, whether it's things that folks send in to you on your Facebook page. You've been very, very kind in trying to educate fans and fellow racers about engineering stuff, technical side, even strategy bits here. So yeah, I think this, at least for me, this is going to be a particularly fun aspect of this show.
I look forward to it. It's what makes sports car racing pretty cool, like this right here. I mean, strategy is part of racing, and in IndyCar or Formula One, there's strategy that is in one area, and this is unique to sports car racing, and it is not just making the rules. It's a strategic thing that all the teams look at to gain an advantage on how we're going to use the drive time rules and how we can manipulate it, and it's something unique to sports car racing. So I love talking about it, and anything we can discuss technically or strategic wise, I'm looking forward to it. Let's do a bunch more of these.
Now I'm going to have a T-shirt made up that says Jeff Braun, good at strategery. So that's coming up next, my friend. Well, I know you... well, actually, let's close on this. So what we're speaking here on a Saturday afternoon. You're at home in Ovalo, Texas, in the Brown family race shop, coming off of last weekend where we all got soaked and just a crazy event at the Rolex 24. So what's Jeff Braun doing on a Saturday afternoon? Just relaxing and convalescing? No. Tell folks the kinds of things you're working on, even though we're still, 5-6 weeks out from Sebring.
Well, when you called, I had 3 screens up here, one with data from Daytona, another with my geometry program looking at front roll centers on the Ligier and rear roll centers and roll rates and lateral load transfer distribution graphs of trying to figure out what we're going to test at Sebring in a couple weeks and figure out how to make this Nissan go a little quicker, get over the bumps and everything. And for the background thing, I have 12 hours of Bathurst going on watching the fantastic GT3 race there while I'm trying to figure out how to make this car go faster. So it's, I would say I'm at work, but I'm not sure I really actually ever work. I'm trying to figure out how to make race cars go faster. John Bennett is gracious enough to pay me to do that. So, if I can keep avoiding having a real job for a few more years, I will have almost made a lifetime of never having a real job. So that's my Saturday.
Good man. Well, one of the many reasons why we love you, even on a day where you should be just kicking up your feet and relaxing, you're still putting in that work. But that's also, honestly, it's not a mistake. The reason that the Core Autosport team has been a success for many years is instead of kicking it into neutral and idling, you'll still take that time to try and get ahead and move things forward, when in reality you should hopefully be catching some Z's. So, all right, Jeff, I'm going to let you back to your day. Thank you as always, my friend, and look forward to hopefully speaking next week.
Sounds great, Marshall. I look forward to it. Thanks.
Up next is episode 3 from February 11th, where Jeff explains the thought process behind race strategy in IMSA's yellow flag rules and shares a tale about outsmarting the rulebook that led to changes made in his name. Jeff Braun, this is becoming rather fun, my friend. We're now into our 3rd week of Inside the Sports Car Paddock, and we have had quite a few people say, all right, this Jeff Braun guy, we love him. He tells us all kinds of great things. He's a good explainer. And so, thank you, my friend. I mean, as I think we've told folks, you and I have these conversations all the time. They've had them for quite some time. The fact that we get to just do this on kind of sort of a weekly basis and share them with folks, it doesn't feel like work, I'll tell you that.
Exactly. It's fun, and apparently other people are interested in what we talk about, which is pretty amazing. But I think it's awesome. It's fun.
So I asked you to reach out to your friends on social media to pitch in a couple of ideas for topics that might interest them for this week. Now, again, our 3rd episode, and we got 2, and I think this is going to be kind of fun, knowing that being a race-winning engineer, someone who has competed in NASCAR, IndyCar, GTs, prototypes, you name it, you have competed in so many forms of motor racing that now, with what we do in IMSA's WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, you see a lot of things, you bring a lot of experience in, but how do you particularly or specifically go about handling strategies of yellows as they occur? And is there any kind of pre-race work or prep you can do to help you with yellow management in strategy calls?
Yeah, that was a great question, and not insignificant. I mean, a lot of people would think a yellow flag comes out, you slow down, maybe you make a pit stop, you go back out, you wait to go back to green. But the way IMSA's rules are, and what's cool about, I think, about sports car fans is that they get into the understanding of the rules. We talked about drive times last week, and it's a complex thing, and yellows are the same, which doesn't make it super easy for the casual observer, but certainly for the dedicated sports car fans, it's a thing that really is an important part of it. So the basics with IMSA are yellow flag comes out, and they close the pits immediately. So you'll see a big yellow light at the pit entry, and that indicates the pits are closed. You cannot come in the pits when that happens. Then they will put the pace car out in front of the overall leader, almost always a prototype car, and everybody else comes back around and bunches up. And then what's unique about sports car racing, multi-class racing, is that they do what's called a pass-around. And this can get confusing, but it's actually quite simple. What happens is, when they put the pace car out in front of the overall leader, the prototype leader, everybody comes around, and it's fair. Let's say you were a prototype car almost about to be lapped, and the yellow came out. The pace car would come out in front of the overall leader, and you, as the almost lapped car, would get to make up that 7/8 of a lap and come back to the queue. So you would not lose a lap. But if you're in one of the other classes, you can actually get trapped behind the pace car and ahead of your class leader, and you don't get to make up that 7/8 of a lap. So it's unfair just by chance that happens to you. So what IMSA allows is what's called the pass around, which allows all cars ahead of their class leader but behind the pace car to pass the pace car and come back around. So everybody gets the same chance that the prototype cars do to come around and not get screwed up by that 7/8 of a lap that they're down.
Sure.
So that's the very first thing that happens on the very first lap. So when you see cars going around the safety car, that's all that's happening. Nobody's getting an advantage. Nobody's getting gypped. And in fact, it's allowing it to be fair to the other three classes that are in the race. Then the next time by, IMSA allows the pits to be open for prototype for just prototypes. And the reason they split it, the first lap for prototypes only, the second lap for GT cars only, is because they split the pits. If you'll notice the way the pits are set up, there'll be, for the most part, a prototype car. Behind it will be a GT. Behind it will be another prototype. Behind it, GT. So it alternates like that to allow the most space for pitting cars. So open for prototypes, they should have good clear in. They can make their pit stop and come out. The next lap around, it's open for GT. They come in, they go out, and then that's the end of the actual pit stop sequence. Then we'll talk about the strategy in a second, but on the final lap, what they allow is for any cars between the pace car and the overall leader to go around past the pace car. And this is where some of the strategy comes in.
Yeah.
If you're a lap behind, you can actually make up a full lap. And it harkens back to the old days when NASCAR had their Lucky Dog and Grand Am had a name for it. I can't remember what their name was, but it's really to try to make the racing better, so that a car that had some bad thing happen to it or whatever, had a delayed pit stop or something, could get back in contention by getting a lap back. And so if you're a lap down, here's the strategy that everybody plays. You're a lap down, you stay out when your pits are open for your class. So let's take us, for example. We're a lap down with our Nissan prototype. Yellow flag comes out. We stay out when it's open for prototypes. All the prototypes come into the pits. We move up right behind the safety car because everybody else pitted. They all come out behind us. Now we're the first car behind the safety car. When they come to the lap right before the green, they'll call what's called the final wave by. And any car between the safety car and your class leader, just like the pass around, but any car there gets to go around. So we now get to go around to the back of the queue. We've unlapped ourselves. So we get our lap back. We're on the lead lap. We're at the very tail of the field, but at least we made our lap back. And usually it's coming to the green. So a lot of times, if we need to pit, we pit on that lap when it's coming to green, and we lose another 20, 30 seconds. But at least we got our lap back. So it's a way that IMSA allows cars to recover from some problem, which is pretty cool.
And you also have a bit of a unique challenge with your Pro-Am driver lineup in a full Pro class like DPi, and that's not speaking ill of team owner John Bennett. John does an amazing job as someone who is not a professional race car driver, but knowing that he is not only the team owner, but just loves driving. There's also the fact that from a strategy standpoint, which we saw last year when you guys won a couple of races and almost won the entire championship in LMP2 with a Pro-Am dynamic, from the timing stand, of choosing which driver you put in when and how you manage these yellows to try and make up some ground that might have been lost when you were not able to have a full pro lineup. You're having to do, a little bit of time loss management to get yourself back in the game to go and hunt down some of those P2s or prototypes that might have eked out a bit of an advantage before the yellow. So you've got an added thing that honestly most of your competitors have not or do not need to concern themselves with.
Exactly. It's a challenge, but it's just another aspect of what goes into the strategy. You talked about pre-race planning of strategy with yellows. It's exactly what we do. We can kind of predict where we may be relative to the others. At the end of a fuel stint, we'll much like a football team will have certain plays for certain situations that they've pre-planned. We have the same thing that we will do, whether we want to pit at certain times, depending on how far we are behind. We know exactly how close we have to be to the leader in order to pit, change drivers, add fuel, change tires, and get out and not get lapped. We'll know we have to be within 22 seconds of the leader, and if we are, we can pit, change drivers, and we won't get lapped. We know exactly under yellow where the pace car has to be when we're at the pit entry so that we can get in, make our pit stop, and get out before the field comes around and we lose a lap. So when we're trying to do that final wave by and we're coming by, trying to catch the pack, we know whether we can pit that lap and make it or whether we have to go another lap in order to catch the field and still make it. We have some no-go points on the track for that. Last year, some people might have noticed at Laguna, we even stopped on the racetrack before the pit entry. Just stopped the car.
Yeah.
And we waited for about 25 seconds because we needed to reach, we talked about last week's minimum drive time, we needed to reach the minimum drive time for John. And it was better for us to stop on the track, wait for that time to burn, and then go into the pits, then do a whole nother lap and pit as we were coming to the green. So it's another play we've had in our playbook for 5 years, and the situation never arose to call it, but it's something that we've always had, we've always talked about. We just got to use it once there, and it was a strategy that's perfectly legal and something that just is unique to the way IMSA does their drive time and their yellows, and it all kind of plays together in the situation of what to do when. It's not super straightforward.
So I was at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca a couple of days ago for the IndyCar test, and I won't name names, but I will mention that there was one team in particular there that made a decision that led me to recount the fact, and also some of the others who I spoke with recount the fact that that team's decision-making capabilities are so suspect, as proven throughout the years, that in the case of a yellow, and should we pit or should we stay out, that team is almost a beacon to all the other teams. Whatever they do, we're going to do the opposite, because we know that when presented with the chance to make the wrong call, they're guaranteed to go in the wrong direction. So we're just going to wait and see what they do. And then we're going to know, do the opposite, we'll be fine. Without naming teams, are there any of your competitors, or I shouldn't say competitors, are there any instances where you've seen either with competitors in a certain class over the year or just general situations where you as a race strategist as well as the race engineer know that, all right, well, it looks like that team is putting out tires, or looks like, these folks over here are getting ready to pit under yellow. Maybe we should either consider doing so because that team is known to be pretty darn sharp in this specific area of strategy, or others where you go, oops, if they're laying out tires, we're staying out? Just curious how much the looking over the fence aspect plays a role in things for yellow strategy.
Yeah, that's a great question, because it certainly does, especially in some certain circumstances. We just talked about getting your lap back, and the fact that all the cars in your class ahead of you have to pit for you to be then moved up behind the safety car and in position to be allowed that final wave by to get your lap back. Well, one of the things we look at we talked about last week, our race strategy programs that we have available to us. One of the things that shows us is how many laps it's been since each car has pitted. So we can quickly look at the cars ahead of us, and we know what the fuel range is in laps of all the cars. It's all very, very close because of IMSA's BOP. So we know we can look at it quickly and go, okay, the 3 cars ahead of us are all within 2 laps of needing fuel anyway. They'll all pit for sure. So we'll stay out. They'll pit. We'll be in position to get our lap back. So we look at what the others do, but as you mentioned, some teams can get that strangely wrong. And it's happened to me before where I'm going, okay, these 3 cars, they all need to pit for sure. We'll stay out. We stay out, and one of them stays out. And then it goes green, and they pit on the first green lap. And I'm like, they just blew it. And it cost us getting our lap back because another team blew their pit stop strategy. And so that's frustrating. Or it can go the other way. Daytona is a great example. We were 1 lap back. We needed to get that lap back at Daytona. The yellow came out. Penske had 2 cars. They pitted 1. They were both had done the same number of laps. They pitted 1 and left the other one out to block us from getting our lap back. Because, I'm supposing now, and maybe I'm just thinking that they're worried about us, but in any event, what they did by keeping their car out was prevent us from getting our lap back and getting back on the lead lap, which is a great strategy. I've done that before when I was at level 5 and we had 2 cars. We will purposely block our competitors from getting a lap back by staying out with one of our cars. And so it's a game where we're actively looking at what the others are doing, and not so much trying to copy them, but trying to come up with an advantage based on what we think what they're going to do or what we can see them doing.
There's another topic here that we were asked to explore, and this is one of a few, we'll call them Jeff Braun rules, and we'll get into some of those other rules that you've either caused a sanctioning body to tweak or amend or otherwise implement because of you. And it does draw back to sports cars, but this initially was something that was caused by you, IndyCar rear view mirrors, rule that you exploited in the 1990s. So again, I know this will wind its way back to sports cars, but let's crack this one open as our closing topic for this week, Jeff.
Sounds good. This is kind of a fun one. It's always a badge of honor to get a rule made because of what you've done. It happened in sports cars, but this one was the quick story is the IRL had just started, and it's when a new sanctioning body and new cars come along, there's always some rules that maybe you can exploit, not cheat, but exploit. So, as a lot of people know, at Indy there's qualifying. There's a qualifying line, and they bring out the tech inspection area, the tech plate on the pit lane. And every car goes over that tech plate right before they go into the little alley to go out for qualifying. Well, we brought our car out there, and we're on the tech plate, and one of the officials says to me, you don't have any rear view mirrors on your car. And I said, nope. And they said, but you have to have rear view mirrors. And I said, nah, I don't think so. And so the books come out and pages get flipped, and they're like, oh, yeah, you don't have to have rear view mirrors on your car. And I said, no, I didn't pretty sure you don't. So we went out and qualified with no rear view mirrors on the car. And they were those little stock kind of mirrors back in those days, not the fancy ones that we have now with the aerodynamically shaped ones. These are like these SPA little mirrors that just go through a bolt in the side of the tub.
Oh, yeah. I've had many. I hated them. They fell apart all the time, but yeah.
Right. So anyway, the next year, there's a rule that comes out in the next year's rule book that says you must have rear view mirrors on the car, affixed on the car at all times. And there's actually a dimension, like a minimum dimension of the rule of the mirror. So I roll through tech the next year, and it's the same official again, and he goes, "Ha-ha, you don't have rear view mirrors on your car, and it's a rule this year." I said, no, I've got mirrors on my car. And he goes, "Yep, nope, where are they? They're not here. They're not on your car." I said, no, they're on my car. I said, "Look inside." And he looks inside the cockpit, and they're on the car, but instead of sticking outside the car, they stick inside the car, and they're folded up against the side of the car, above the driver's arms, basically, above his hands, inside the cockpit, folded up, right on the inside of the tub. And he said, but you can't see through them. You can't see anything. And I said, "Rule doesn't say that. Rule says you must have rear view mirrors on the car, and they must be of this dimension, and they must be on the car at all times."
Doesn't say where on the car, just says on the car.
Just on the car. So we go out and qualify. That way. Next year, there's like a page and a half of rules. There must be on the car, this size, to afford a clear and visible, unobstructed view of the rear of the car at all times, cannot be adjusted while the car is in motion, I mean, there's a page and a half worth of mirror rules for the Indy cars, and they got me. I qualified with mirrors the next year, and that was the end of the story. But it was kind of a cool, kind of a fun thing, and it was good that the officials, kind of took it as a fun game too. They didn't pull out the old spirit and intent. Well, the spirit of that rule is that you're supposed to be able to have them on the outside of the car, so you have to have them that way. They went, "Nope, you got me. Okay, we'll get you next year."
But now, with the rear view mirrors that we have in sports car racing that are seemingly more advanced than probably the entire Indy Racing League chassis that you were engineering back in the day, that do this and that and go in 47 directions, I am positive that you look at the rules as they come out every year in IMSA or whatever category you might be in sports car racing, and comb through them. So this is something I need you to admit to here, Jeff, that you don't just say, "Oh, well, they got me back in the day," and in open wheel, and, all the rule books now have kind of been modified here, for what you do to make sure there are no loopholes. But you can be honest, you look at the rules every year, even coming into 19, to see if someone might have slipped up or lacked the specifics that would keep you from taking them off the car for qualifying.
Well, yes, I will admit that, and there is a rule in IMSA. The current rule is that you must start the session qualifying for the race with the mirrors, with rear view mirrors on the car. What's interesting is that if they get knocked off during competition, you do not have to pit to replace the mirrors. You can actually run with no mirrors in IMSA. The caveat is that if there is any contact or incident or anything with your car while you're running without rear view mirrors, the big part of the blame is going to be automatically put on you, and responsibility for that incident is likely going to be your responsibility rather than the other car. But you don't have to stop and replace your mirrors, which is different from how it's been in the past. A couple of years ago, they made that rule, and so yeah, I've thought about how could we maybe knock those things off at the right time. But again, sports car racing, traffic is so big that it's actually a big performance advantage. I've run mirrors bigger and in unaerodynamically advantageous spots just to help us in traffic, because it's a huge advantage.
Well, the other thing, too, we need to realize is that the minute you come up with some sort of spring-loaded, radio-controlled button you can push from pit lane that make the mirrors go boing and bounce off the car, by the time we get 2 or 3 races down the road, everyone else will have figured that out, and by the end of lap 1, there will be a long caution as IMSA goes out and picks up, 80 individual mirrors, because every other team will be hitting the spring-loaded button to make those suckers go flying off. But this is also, and again, I'll just wrap up with, this is something that I love about this sport, Jeff, because we know that drivers are always looking, how can they find that tenth of a second? Finding a tenth would be an amazing improvement. Can they do it through more fitness? Can they do it through better hand-eye coordination? They're training constantly. Then you also realize that to folks like yourself, as a race engineer, you are looking through the rule book, trying to find similar advantages in things that don't just say, all right, we tell you this is how you can do something, then your mind says, all right, let me figure out how to do it better than everyone else. Not every race engineer looks at a rule book and is thinking of what it doesn't contain. Not everyone thinks in the negative or in the absence of, okay, well, you said that we can do this, well, but you didn't say it had to be that, and there's nothing else I can find that would bar me from doing that. So, and granted, then you have some rule books, which I think IndyCars today paints a fairly clear statement in saying anything we have not said you can explicitly do is prohibited. So it farms out the creativity a bit of anything that might have been left out. But that's ultimately a big part of your job too, is realizing, okay, we are all working for the same rules, but what might I be able to find that others can't? It's a little bit of a treasure hunt every year.
Yeah, I mean, a treasure hunt, Marshall, is exactly what it is. Every year I go through that. I go through the rule book, and we have a list of what's changed, what's new, and it makes you think. Sometimes a rule can actually spark a thought. They write a rule or they change a rule for a reason. And normally that reason is because somebody's tried to exploit it or brought it to their attention, or they've seen other teams do that. And there's sometimes when you go, oh, well, if they wrote a rule because of this, then other people must have been doing that. Therefore, I need to look at that too and see how I can do the same thing, or why would they do that, or what would be the reason for this rule. And you can look at it more than just, I have to follow these rules. It can actually lead you, as you say, on your treasure hunt to some other areas to explore that you may not thought of.
I've mentioned this before. I think it's been a while, though, on maybe my Week in Sports Cars podcast, and it's just on this topic of, I remember it was in Champ Car, I believe, towards the latter final years of Champ Car, where they had a private or a secured online forum where teams and race engineers could ask questions of the series, possible rule clarifications or otherwise. And this one was regarding ballast, and someone from one of the most dominant teams sent in a request, which all their competitors were able to see as well, asking if, due to the high density of the metal, if Champ Car would approve their use of depleted uranium as ballast.
Yeah.
Well, that one's always easy to tell. It's the one glowing as it goes by. But yeah, again, It's those things where you go, well, the rules don't say you can't use depleted uranium, and you're like, oh my gosh. But that's part of your job. If you're not the guy coming up with ideas, hopefully most of them sane, that's a big part of what you have to do, which, again, I know it's not the sexy part. It's not something where you're on TV and you're on the timing stand and being interviewed by whomever. This is the fun stuff where you just get to uncork your creative mind sitting in the office or wherever trying to think how to beat the next person with the same rules.
Yep. Sometime I'll tell you, we'll talk about the story of the car I ran against that had 4 reservoirs, one at each corner of the car, with mercury and a mercury pump and a valve where the driver could pump mercury, liquid mercury, into whatever of the 4 containers he wanted to change the ballast dynamically during the race as tire wear and fuel burned. It's true.
If I haven't told you lately, it might have been since last week, but you're a treasure, Jeff Braun, and I appreciate the time that you take and also the effort that you put into this little Inside the Sports Car Paddock show of ours. So thank you again, my friend, and we'll look forward to capturing some more fun next week.
Can't wait to do it. I hope people send in some more ideas, and we'll talk about it. It's always fun talking with you, Marshall, and I'm glad people enjoy it.
Next is episode 4 from February 18th, where Jeff discusses the fine art of sports car damping by using the upcoming race at Sebring to explore the rules and needs for controlling the ride characteristics of sports cars on the bumpy road course.
How are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing great. Thanks for calling. I'm glad you're feeling a little bit better. And just sitting here finishing up some stuff. We go to Sebring. I leave on Monday. We'll be testing for 2 days there with a bunch of other cars at Sebring, and just doing that while kind of cheering on my spotters who work for us at the 24 Hours, who are both Cup spotters. So watching the Cup race and getting ready for this test at Sebring.
Well, with you and so many others headed to Sebring, and Sebring being known as a circuit that places a higher demand on ride control, dampers, damping technology, can also not only reward those who build their dampers correctly, but also penalize those who maybe wander off into weird or strange areas. Thought that might be a really good place to start off this week, Jeff, of looking at the damper technology found across, say, all 4 classes in IMSA, 2 of those being Pro-Am, more don't touch it type mindsets with P2 and GT Daytona, maybe to a lesser degree, then also the 2 full Pro classes in DPi and GT Le Mans. Where do you want to start here, my friend, on explaining what's allowed and then also getting into what's needed across GT and prototypes at a place like Sebring?
Yeah, let's talk about, first of all, what we're legally allowed to do, which, there was a time when there was no damper rules. People sanctioning bodies didn't really understand that it was that important and that you could spend that much money doing it, and that quickly got out of control in the late 90s, early 2000s, and so rather than the history of it, let's talk about where we are right now. So in IMSA, as most people know, the cars are highly regulated, and that's all done through an homologation document. So in all 4 classes, a car has to be presented to either the FIA or IMSA or both, and in a spec that the manufacturer wants it to run. And then things are approved, disapproved, allowed, not allowed, and ultimately there's this 150-plus page homologation document, which spells out every detail of the car. The dampers is one of them. So in every class, once the manufacturer spells out a specific manufacturer of the damper, whether it be Penske, Öhlins, PKM, Dynamic, those dampers then must be run on the car. So you can't change from, I like Öhlins one week and the next week I want to run a Penske damper. You can't do that. You have to maintain that throughout the whole year. What you are allowed to do is change the internal components of the damper, pistons, valves, however the damper works, whether it's a shim damper or a shuttle valve, spool valve type damper. You're allowed to change those valves internally, which is a good thing because, especially at IMSA, we'll run Sebring, the super bumpy track. We'll go to Watkins Glen, which is billiard board smooth, and you'll need different internal configurations to make the car work well. But you're stuck or you're committed to that manufacturer of damper. So LMP2 is a cost-capped class, and so those dampers are a little less high-tech, a little less expensive, because they have to homologate the car to a price point. DPi is not that way. So all the DPi cars have more sophisticated, more adjustable, better, higher quality dampers than an LMP2 car. And really that same kind of differential plays out in the GT class too. DTLM is a higher end factory-based efforts. They have the high quality, super expensive trick dampers. GTD cars have to come to a cost and be serviceable for privateer teams and things like that, so their dampers are a little less sophisticated. So both prototype classes and both GT classes have a similar difference there. So that's what's allowed. One of the interesting things is in DPi specifically is Penske has there's Penske Dampers, which is a company that makes commercial shock absorbers for everything from motocross to four-wheelers to high-end race cars to snowmobiles. I mean, they're Penske dampers that's been around forever. And then Penske Racing, the race team itself, builds its own dampers, and you know more about this than me.
And those are readily available to whoever asks for them, right, Jeff?
Absolutely not. That's the thing. I mean, their IndyCar, they do that for their IndyCar program. They build their own dampers, and I don't mean just like a few parts. They manufacture everything, and it's completely independent from Penske Racing Shocks, the company that we've all known for years and years. So those Penske Racing dampers are on the IndyCars that Team Penske runs, and also on the Acura DPIs. That's a massively intensive program, from what I understand, and it pays off. I mean, it's probably one of the big areas that's still open to some development. Inside that damper, that's open to anybody. There are some limitations from the IndyCar to the sports car thing. Sports cars specifically do not allow a inerter technology, which the IndyCar series does allow, and that just drives the cost way up. Makes you go faster, makes more grip. It's a great technology, but it drives the cost way up. So sports cars, you're not allowed to use inerters in sports cars. But still, the level of sophistication in the DPi dampers is pretty high. I can tell you, it's not a big secret, the front dampers on our Nissan Ligier are special dampers made by Öhlins just for this car, because they had to be fit in the package properly. And it has a lot of it's a tiny little, looks like a F1 type of damper, just to be able to package it properly. So that's the kind of thing we're talking. Penske Racing is building their own shocks in Mooresville for their cars, and Dynamic Shocks is owned by Multimatic, which builds the Mazdas. So they have specific dampers, specific just to the Mazdas, and that's a company that builds F1 dampers for a couple Formula One teams. There's some pretty trick stuff going on there. It just looks like a normal damper on the outside, but inside there's some pretty good stuff.
And so if you look at this dynamic, and apologies to use dynamic, but if you look at this dynamic, Jeff, you have two classes where very heavy options exist to tune and refine a chassis to the circuits that we head to with a more open policy of what you can do internally, and you have the other two where you aren't nearly as free to do so, and as a result, while you can get things close, you probably are not going to be able to deliver your drivers that perfect feeling that you are hoping to give them, that perfect balance that they need to go out and attack. Let's come back to Sebring and knowing what you would be looking for. Instead of going through all four classes, I think let's just limit ourselves to both GT ride control and prototype DPi ride control. What are you looking for in, let's start with the prototype end. What are you looking for at Sebring in terms of ride control and damping, knowing that you're probably going to have to deal with some ride heights that are a little higher than, say, optimal due to the big bumps and the bounding that happens there? And also share some thoughts about the other suspension components that interact with the dampers to control the aerodynamic platform, to cover roll and squat and all kinds of good stuff. Why don't we open that door up first?
Yeah, so Sebring is tough because of the bumps. Everybody knows it's bumpy, but what's interesting for a race engineer, a vehicle dynamicist, all of our simulation stuff is the kind of bumps that Sebring has. Because it's an old airport, the way they built it is they built it with concrete blocks, and those blocks are I don't know how big, but anyway, they're big, maybe 10 foot by 10 foot by 10 foot squares that they kind of put together, and there's seams at each one of those squares. And so you end up with those blocks over the years have kind of moved. They've shifted up or down based on the heat and the water and all of that, so the blocks aren't all level. So when you go down the straightaway, you might have the right front on one of those blocks that might be higher than where the left front tire is, and the right rear might be in another block that's a little lower. So you get this, it's not a bump like you would get in a normal track that goes across the track, like a braking bump that you get, or just one pothole, or you get these various level blocks that you're running over, and it can get so bad that if your damping isn't right, I mean, the driver can barely drive it down the straightaway because you get the right front driven up when it hits a block, the left front's driven down, then, 15 feet later, it's opposite, and you can barely drive in a straight line if you get it wrong. So the damping becomes really, really tricky to get that right. Turn 17 is one of the, if anybody's going to be at Sebring, try to go watch in Turn 17. It's hard, but Turn 1 is also another good one. Super bumpy, super fast, and the bumps are what I call crosstalk. It talks across the car.
Mm.
So what happens is you hit a bump with the inside tire, and it immediately influences the outside tire. Because we have anti-roll bars connecting them, when you move one tire, the anti-roll bar is trying to move the other tire, and the dampers actually are tuned so that it works well with the spring rates we have, the anti-roll bar rates we have, the aerodynamics, because it all has to work together, because you're not just trying to control the one wheel that damper is connected to. It influences the other side, and it even influences the opposite axle on the crosswise. When we go to a shaker rig, not to get too in-depth here, but one of the biggest things that you're looking for on a shaker rig to make grip is a thing called contact patch load variation. And everybody knows what the contact patch is. That's where the rubber meets the road, literally. And the load on that contact patch, what we're trying to do is limit the variation of that load. We don't want it to go low, where it's almost off the ground, and then real high, and then low and high, and low and high. Because the driver doesn't know what's going on. It makes the car feel really bad to the driver. So we're looking to limit that contact patch load variation, and that's what the dampers do. But not independently. They have to work with the anti-roll bar stiffness, the springs, the aerodynamics, all to try to minimize that contact patch load variation. And Sebring is just super unique. It's hard. It's not at all like Long Beach, which is, people will say, Long Beach, very bumpy, but completely different than how the bumps are at Sebring.
So those bumps at a place like Long Beach, they are almost like, I guess, regular speed bumps. If you think of them in that terms, they tend to be somewhat linear, and if it's not an actual bump, meaning a raised portion of the track, then it's a dip in the track, but it's fairly rare when you have, say, just one side of the car being affected by things and not the entire car over that type of dynamic, if we're talking there.
Exactly.
So
exactly. It's kind of like the Long Beach ones are kind of like, or most tracks, are almost like braking bumps, like if you watch a supercross race and you see the rolling kind of bumps that start to develop in the dirt on the entry to corners. Those are the kind of, so they go across the track and you'll generally hit them with one axle. Now, curbs we consider curbs a bump. And that's a whole nother topic for how we use the dampers to allow us to run the curbs good. Because if we can run an apex curb and somebody else can't, we've effectively made our corner easier to get around and made our track shorter. So running the curbs is another super important thing that we tune our dampers to be able to do. But that's not what we're talking about here at Sebring. Although we need to run curbs at Sebring too, but if you can get it over the normal track, it's going to be fine in the curbs.
So let's talk a bit about how you would want to build the internals of a damper, knowing that most of our listeners have never seen the inside of a damper, much less would know what you would want to do inside of them. But knowing that you, sitting at home in Texas right now, could be building dampers for Sebring to affect the kind of handling that you wanted from the car, without getting too high level, what are the general kind of things you would want to do in a prototype that would allow the car to handle bumps without being so soft that, it's just flopping up and down like, a 1960s Cadillac, or vice versa, being so stiff that for the places that aren't bumpy, where you want to go quickly around a corner and make maximum speed, would send you shooting into outer space the moment you hit a bump.
Right. Well, so I'll try to keep this. Let's talk about one area that we could use. Most modern prototype dampers have 5 adjustments, and quickly there's a low speed and a high speed bump adjustment, which means when the tire is going up, we can adjust the force that the damper produces when the tire hits a bump and goes up in quickly. Then there's high speed and low speed rebound adjustment, which is when the tire comes back down and what the force it produces. And then there's a 5th adjustment called the blow off, which, let's talk about that because that's important for Sebring. The blow-off is like a pressure relief valve, basically. So let's say we're going down the straightaway at Sebring, and one of these concrete blocks is up a half an inch over the other one, and we're going 180 miles an hour, and we hit that block. Well, that's going to drive the tire up in bump. The damper is connected to the suspension, between the suspension and the chassis. It's going to start to go into bump, which is compression, or get shorter. So the damper is driven very quickly because we've hit this bump really hard. The suspension reacts immediately. The damper gets compressed very quickly, and the damper moves fast. I'm not talking about the speed of the car, although that is fast at this point in our example, but the damper moves fast because, bam, the suspension gets hit, the damper gets compressed really fast, and a damper makes force by how fast the damper is moving. So the faster you move it, the more force there is. And most people kind of get that concept. They've held a shock absorber maybe or seen it, and they've pressed it together. And if you press it slow, it moves pretty easily. If you try to press it really fast, it moves really hard.
A lot more resistance.
Right. So it's velocity sensitive. It makes more force the faster you move it. So we hit this big bump, wham, the damper gets smashed together. The force goes way up. And so what happens is it basically locks the suspension, right? Because the damper's not moving very easily. So the suspension becomes solid when we hit this bump. And now the tire starts to flex, or the tire just comes off the ground because we have no suspension. We've essentially lost all of our suspension because the damper is hydraulically locked, is the best way of looking at it. It's just, you can't move the thing that fast and still get some movement because you're moving it so fast, the hydraulic fluid can't move through the little orifices fast enough, and you've essentially locked up that damper. So what we have for Sebring, and most tracks, but for Sebring, is we have a blow-off, which is just a pressure relief valve that allows the fluid, when it gets to a certain pressure, to suddenly bypass around the shock and let the damper move. So, and absorb the bump. You can picture this kind of in your mind if you've watched a rally car go off of a jump. I mean, it hits the jump, and you can see there's some movement, and when it lands, and then it kind of soaks it up. And that's basically what we're trying to do with this pressure relief or blow-off valve in our dampers at Sebring. So we have good, normal kind of damping like we would have that control the car very nicely when we're cornering and braking. But when we hit this big bump and the pressure builds up and the damper locks up and makes our car so rigid that the car bounces off the road, instead of allowing that, the pressure relief valve opens up, shock becomes softer on those real fast, hard bumps and soaks it up.
Let's cover one more thing on the prototype damping picture here for Sebring, Jeff, before moving over to GT. With prototypes, we obviously have a creature that is far more aerodynamically dependent for its performance. You want to maintain stability and consistency with the floor, for example. I mean, with all aerodynamic surfaces, but you are making more efficient downforce. You're making more downforce in general if the bottom of the car is running as intended at its intended ride heights and is as level as can be, both laterally and longitudinally. But then again, you have all of these surface variables that in many instances prevent you from having that, as he mentioned, Watkins Glen, that billiard table smoothness that just allows peak downforce to be generated almost the entire time because you don't have bumps and all kinds of stuff the dampers are having to control, and the bottom of the car just tipping all over the place. What do you do? How close can you get to, I don't want to say optimal aero performance? Is there a mindset you take to building dampers that keeps a place like Sebring in mind where you might never be truly satisfied in that department?
For sure. I mean, it's a huge compromise. Taking the opposite extreme like you talked about Watkins Glen, there's still some compromises, but much less compromises. At Sebring, turn 17 and turn 1, the last corner and the first corner are great examples. They're both very fast corners where you want your perfect aerodynamics. You want the most downforce, and you want that downforce to be, again, it's almost more important that the downforce is consistent, that the amount on the front and rear, that balance, it's determined by what we call the center of pressure, but that the balance between the front and rear downforce doesn't change from the entry of the corner to the exit of the corner, because if it does, the driver has a different handling characteristic. So we're looking for very consistent aerodynamic balance throughout a high-speed corner. The the problem with Sebring is when the car is bouncing around and the front of the car is bouncing up and down and the rear of the car is bouncing up and down, the ride height, the distance between the bottom of your floor, which is really an underwing, and the ground changes. So your downforce is changing quite a bit through that whole time. And it makes the car not only difficult to drive from the tires bouncing on the road, but from the aerodynamics changing massively foot by foot during the corner. So the driver, a lot of the inputs you'll see the driver giving, you'll think, oh boy, that's because it's so bumpy. A lot of it's because, yes, it's bumpy, but it's because the aerodynamic feel of the car is changing so rapidly through the corner.
The effects of the bumps are manipulating the aerodynamics to the point to where you might be turning in and having a car that's neutral based on the bump that you hit and what it does to the bottom of the car and how that affects your downforce. You could have, say, understeer as you lose some front downforce, and as the car comes back down and settles and the rear travels over that bump and bounces the rear up, you could then go to oversteer as you lose rear downforce. So the bump, yes, the bumps are the culprit, but you actually have aerodynamic physics are the things that are really causing more of the driver to have really fast hands to stay on top of this thing that's handling 3 or 4 different ways in a single corner.
Exactly. I mean, you can, the front of the car, for instance, I mean, you can, and they actually go, the bumps and the aerodynamics can actually work in concert against you. So picture you're going down, you're turning into turn 1, the car hits a bump, the front of the car goes up. Well, aerodynamically, when the car goes up, you have less downforce. Mechanically, when the car goes up, the front tires have gotten lighter. You have less grip. Okay. Now, you turn into the corner right when that happens, and you start to have a little angle toward the apex, and suddenly the car comes crashing down because the bump's over. Or maybe there's a dip. The next concrete block's a little lower, and you've dipped into this. Now the front of the car comes crashing down. The outside tire gets hammered into the road, picks up tons of mechanical grip. At the same time, your floor of your car, your splitter, is now close to the ground. So it's making super big downforce. So it sucks down, and the outside front tire makes grip, and you spin out. Simple as that. And you really haven't done anything except drive through the corner. All you're doing is driving along. So it's really tough on the drivers. It's a compromise, and we haven't even gotten into another huge factor that dampers effect is tire life, tire longevity. We're tuning them to try to also not abuse the tires and make grip the best way we can so that we have good tires at the end of a tire stint. So dampers are really super critical, and all that we've just talked about really applies to a GT car too. It's amazing. You take a GTLM or even a current GTD car, GT3, how aerodynamically dependent those cars are. Don't kid yourself. That it's pretty critical for those cars too. They're making a lot of downforce.
And also knowing that they happen to rely on mechanical grip more than any of the other machines competing in the WeatherTech Championship. If we use turn 17 again at Sebring, Jeff, you'll see just about every car lift the right front wheel at some point going over some of the bouncier curbs. Bouncier bumps and whatnot. But you'll definitely see that more consistently, and also the highest leaning, the highest pogoing with GT cars. Share some thoughts on damping mindset that you would have, whether it was the Porsche 911 GT3R you ran not too long ago, or otherwise, of how, even though modern GT cars are indeed making more downforce than ever, you still have a considerable amount of weight to control through damping, that mass as well, and ride height as well. You're not necessarily going to be as low as a prototype. I mean, there's a lot of things that you're trying to get those dampers to do that it almost seems like an impossible task when you get to this lovely circuit.
Yes, exactly. Let's take GTD, for example. Those cars are a little more restricted on their suspension geometry designs. While they're racing designs for sure, the amount of latitude they have with where they can move their pickup points from where the standard stock production-based car is, they're a little more tightly confined. So that's the best way of saying that the geometries aren't ideal for a racing car on the GTD cars, GT3 cars. So some of the problem you have with Sebring is that you need to let the dampers be softer, have the blow-off in them, let the suspension move to absorb the bumps. But then you get into some geometry positions that the car doesn't really operate very well in. Your camber's not right, your roll center's in the wrong spot because you've allowed the suspension to move so much that you end up in some less than ideal situations from a geometry standpoint. So you can restrict that on a smoother track because you run stiffer springs and stiffer dampers, and you just don't let the suspension get into those non-ideal ranges. On a GTLM car, they're a little bit more, the suspension is a little bit better due to the rules, and you don't have near as much of a problem there. The interesting thing that they have is they have better tire choice. They'll be allowed 2, sometimes 3 compounds, a soft, a medium, and a hard, or sometimes just 2. So they can make a little more grip directly with the tire than the other cars can. And it makes, in the bumps, you'll see GTLM cars at Sebring, their braking capacity is fantastic. I mean, it's not a foregone conclusion that if you're 2 or 3 car lengths back with a prototype, that you can outbrake a GTLM car into turn 7, for instance, or turn 13 at Sebring. Those cars stop really well. GTD cars now stop really well with the ABS, which is a big advantage on a bumpy track because it will keep you from locking one tire over the other as you're going over the bumps, and that contact patch load variation we talked about is changing, and you're getting grip, no grip, grip, no grip from your front tires. ABS helps that. So the GT cars have it's a little different set of parameters that they're trying to come up against,
sure,
or that they are up against, but solved pretty much the same way as the prototypes.
Well, Mr. Braun, we have, I think, given folks a lot to digest here in almost a 30-minute conversation on dampers. Makes me think we should save some of the other fun stuff we had on sports car radios, qualifying setups versus race setups, and other great topic suggestions that have come in. Why don't we save some of those next week, and maybe we'll fit more topics into our call that are just a little bit shorter examples. But as always, my friend, this is the fun part, and I love opening the show with this. And folks, obviously, if they're more fans of just the conversational, topical things, well, we also have the other guests that are on each week too. But as a once upon a time race engineer who found out he was much better, I think, with a keyboard in his hand, it's always fun to open the show talking with a supreme race engineer who makes all of us smarter. So thank you again, my friend.
Thanks, Marshall. I appreciate it. I feel like we've packed we could probably do about 300 hours of damper talk into 30 minutes, but hopefully we got some of the general stuff and people get an appreciation when they go watch these cars bouncing around at Sebring. I'm going to go try next week to try to make mine not bounce around. We can talk about how I did when we talk again next weekend.
Sounds like a plan.
Now we're on to episode 5 from February 25th, where Jeff focuses on traction control and modern radio systems.
It's become a weekly tradition on Inside the Sports Car Paddock. Mr. Braun, how are you? Understand you are now warm and in Florida, coming off of a couple of days of IMSA testing at Sebring.
Yes, it was quite a good test. It was nice and warm and sunny. We got a little bit of rain, but
when it rains for an hour or so now, after what we had at Daytona, we're like, that was just drizzle and it's nothing serious. So it was good. We got a little rain testing. We got a little night testing in on the first day. Got to run till 9 p.m. So did a little running in the dark. And it was a really good test jumping over the bumps at Sebring.
I think folks enjoyed your insider info and general insights on bumps, in particular at Sebring, and how that affects damping strategies. This week came up with 2 topics of fun. We're going to start off with traction control and what it is, how it's used, and how it's actually a very powerful tuning tool, not just from a, engineering standpoint, but also as a driver's, honing the chassis, honing the car's reactiveness standpoint. Might be surprised how big of a role traction control can play in shaping that. And then we're going to close on something that might sound rather benign, and that being radios, but it's something that actually has become, like everything else, an incredibly high-tech part of our world. So the first time, Jeff, I remember hearing about traction control, I think it would have been 89 or so in Formula One, with the Ferrari chassis that year, the 649, driven by Nigel Mansell and Gerhard Berger, I believe, and hearing about this really interesting electronic intervention of slowing down wheel spin at the rear based on wheel speeds, one calculating the rotations of the front tire, the non-driven tire, comparing it to the rear tire, the driven tires, and essentially saying, hey, wait a minute, if the rears are spinning faster than the fronts, well, that's a tractionless moment. Let's try and use our electronics to dial that back so we're not just wasting time spinning tires. When was the first time you heard about traction control?
Oh, yeah, I heard about it then and thought that was pretty cool, but all the cars I was running were not capable at that level. Like most things, it's, Formula One gets it first and it kind of trickles down. And I suppose the first time I really used it super effectively was back in the old Grand Am DP days, would have been like 2006 probably, where I could really use it and we could really tune it. And it was something that actually, that year, I will say, people won and lost races based on how good their traction control was.
Wow.
It was that, for sure that year, traction control was a deciding factor in race wins. And not only in just lap times, but tire life and, stint averages and things like that. So that's probably the first time I heard about it. Before then, and I dabbled in it a little bit, this guy had traction control, but where we could actually tune it and program it and write maps and really control it precisely was probably 2006. And what we're using today is certainly more sophisticated, but it's still based on the exact same principles you just described. The idea is you know the speed of the vehicle based on the front wheel speeds. And the rear wheel speeds, if they're going faster, you're slipping the tires. And some amount of slip can be okay. Too much can be bad. And also too much in the wrong time at the wrong place can be bad. So it's more sophisticated, but I guess I could start out by describing kind of how it works in today's DPi LMP2 world, and then go from there, right? Yeah,
the first iteration that I knew of was one where it was simply an electronic intervention through spark. So if you had your 8, 10, 12-cylinder Formula One motor, we would have the traction control system effectively cutting spark to a number of cylinders to get the wheel spin under control. And the worse the wheel spin, the harder the cut. So in very practical terms, while it might have been a Ferrari V12 that was spinning its rear tires, as that wheel spin ramped up, and depending on its severity, for a brief amount of time, good old Nige or good old Gerhard would have had a V7, V8, V9, and once you got the tire spinning under control, you'd get all spark back and all cylinders firing appropriately. It sounded, you could obviously you could close your eyes and tell who was on traction control and who wasn't. And then I know the more modern way of doing things, and they're still both, but you can get into timing, for example, and manipulating timing of the vehicle. So maybe explain, Jeff, some of the more modern ways that traction control is achieved.
Yeah, so the way it works now is we're still trying to do the same thing as control the wheel spin, and there are various ways. We can cut, as you said, you can actually cut cylinders, just shut cylinders off when the wheel spin is too much. And let me back up for a second. So all the traction control strategies for the one mode, which is like a longitudinal power down straight mode of traction control. We'll talk about the second mode that we use, but let's talk about just you're off the corner, you're lined up pretty straight or
dragster
almost straight.
Stuff.
Yeah, dragster stuff. You mash the gas and the rear wheels start to spin. We have what we call a slip target, which is the amount of slip in percent of front to rear. So 0% is the rear wheels going the same speed as the front wheels. 1% is the rear wheel turning 1% faster than the front wheels. And so we have slip targets. And you'll often hear drivers talking to their engineers about going up on traction control or going down on traction control. That's a knob that the drivers have in the car where they can turn up the slip target. So that's like an inline dragster, as you said, dragster kind of traction control. And we're able to adjust the amount of slip will allow when we're in inline acceleration. And it's called a slip target, where the drivers will have the ability to change the amount of slip that they allow. You'll hear drivers say, I'm going up on traction control, or the engineer will recommend doing that. And that's actually allowing less slip in percent between the front wheels and the rear wheels. And that's simply controlled by the amount, the traction control. Like you said, you can cut cylinders, we can cut boost if it's a turbocharged engine. We can actually retard the timing to take some power away. You can also change the acceleration, how quickly the engine is reaching that target. It'll actually look at it and go, well, we're only 3% slip now, but the way the engine's accelerating, the way the rear wheels are accelerating, it's going to be to 5% too quickly, so it'll start to back it off in a closed feedback loop to hit the target that you want.
And that's actually one of the more fun ones to get feedback from drivers on, because they're telling you, I'm putting my foot through the dang bulkhead. I can't give it any more throttle, and it's not going. And it's like, yeah, right. That's actually by design. It's trying to keep you from sitting there doing a nice big smoky burnout on corner exit and having the worst elapsed time ever, getting into the braking zone, where you're headed. So,
exactly.
but that does, I think it's also worth noting, Jeff, that is a little bit of it's a bit of a mental agreement that drivers have to accept in those situations where, again, probably the more adept manufacturers at engine tuning and ECU control that do just as you mentioned. They don't necessarily take away just boost or cut cylinders, but actually effectively dial down the overall performance of the engine in that moment. And you have a driver saying, give me more, give me more. You have to realize that this is actually the fastest way, even though it feels like the throttle pedal is maybe a bit numb or not giving you what you expect for that brief second or two.
Exactly. And it's it's one of the things that will work with the drivers is they'll say, oh, the traction control is holding me back too much. I like it in the center of the corner, right when I'm just getting on the throttle. It's great because I can lean on it and it make the car stable. But then it stays on too much too late. So like I want it to release me and free up on the corner exit and let me go because I don't need it for cornering anymore, and it's holding me back too much. And the traction control engineers will play with their maps and stuff and try to free it up a little bit. The other interesting thing that we can do in today's technology is each corner might want a different traction control strategy. And like a real slow corner, Sebring turn 7, for instance, you might want a different traction control settings and strategy than you would in, say, turn 16 that leads onto the back straightaway, or turn 17 that leads onto the front straightaway. It's a faster corner. So we can actually use GPS-based traction control where the car knows, the computer knows where we are based off the GPS and knows, okay, turn 7, it switches to this traction control, but when it gets to turn 16, it switches to a different traction control. So we have GPS-based traction control. You can also do gear-based traction control. You have one setting every time you're in first and second gear and a different for third and fourth. And so you can get yourself very confused very quickly.
Well,
with all of the options.
And I love the fact that I was hoping you were going to mention the GPS base, because that might not be something that most racing fans, sports car fans, places where traction control is allowed, might not be something that is very well known. And so then you get to the inevitable, well, what if it's super crazy cloud cover and there's a fire nearby and there's smoke in the air, and it's, name all kinds of conditions that might prevent perfect connection with a satellite overhead. But, there's always some form of secondary, I guess you could say, fallback system where it could just simply be distance-based as well, where the car will know that, the lap is X long, and however many feet long,
yep.
And we are at X amount of feet here, therefore this equates roughly to turn 5, and this is what we're looking for. So a couple
yep.
of ways to make sure that at least in the GPS based traction control scenario, that weather and or unforeseen issues won't necessarily turn your car into just an old school non-TC vehicle.
Right. We actually use GPS and distance together, and they compare constantly to each other. And if they're both like, yeah, I agree with you, this is where we are, and the distance goes, yeah, this is where we are, and they're all both happy with each other, everything's cool. If one of them disagrees, then it can default to the other one, or if it gets completely mixed up for some reason, it defaults to a base traction control that's kind of good for every corner, maybe not perfect for everyone, but good for every corner. So you never get, you never have a driver go into a corner expecting to be able to lean on the traction control and suddenly it's gone and he just spins because it's not there. So, and then there's another aspect to traction control other than just the straight dragster type of straight line acceleration. Most sports car systems nowadays employ a system that will actually look at the yaw rate of the car. In other words, we have a gyro in the car, and it measures the rate that the car is spinning, could be a good way of looking at it, rotating around the center of the car. So when it's the back sliding out quickly, that's a high yaw rate. When it's sliding out slower, that's a lower yaw rate. So it can actually activate the TC based on a yaw rate. So if the car snaps, if the back snaps real quick, it can put the TC in real hard to try to prevent that from continuing to rotate and spin. If it's not coming around as quickly, it will allow more power to be fed in so the car can come off the corner quickly. So it's almost like a oversteer reducing type of traction control with another knob that the driver can adjust the amount that he wants. So you have two modes, the straight ahead and then the yaw rate traction control that we can adjust.
And that lateral yaw, which is, again, I think what many folks would associate first with I'm turning, getting around this corner, I'm getting back on the throttle, and I'm getting a little bit of wheel spin at the rear. How do I manage that? Now, again, these two inline and call it lateral, the yaw, traction control, mapping, those things will intersect, but it's interesting to think about how they can be tuned, and maybe this is the last big note to explore. So, traction control's original manifestation was we're losing time spinning our tires throughout a lap. We have more power than we can effectively put to the ground. How can we reduce that, eliminate it, something? And the more we can do that, the more we can eliminate it through this new traction control thing, the faster our lap times will be. Great. And almost right away, especially as electronic capabilities increased, this went from a bit of a, call it, vehicular tool. Hey, the car will be faster, just like if we put on a different wing that's more efficient, or a new set of dampers that help the car corner more, ably or otherwise. This very quickly went from being, call it, a vehicle innovation to a driver tool. And as you mentioned, there are some drivers who really do like to have a little bit of traction control intervention as they are, say, from the apex of a corner out to help manage that process and obviously make it a faster process. But again, there are some who, depending on how they drive, they like the back of the car to be a little bit more lively, to move. And so if you were to ratchet up traction control, you could keep that thing locked down so it never budged an inch sideways, at least, again, just from an excess of power being put down. And so that is where it'd be interesting to hear you, Jeff, with all the various cars and drivers you've worked with, maybe share some stories of how some have said, wait until I'm just at the end of the corner before it intervenes because I actually want some wheel spin to help set the car. And you might have others that say, no, get rid of it altogether. That's not what I like.
It's very much a driver thing and also an engineer thing. It allows us to do things with the car, both driving and engineering, that you couldn't normally do. Let's say, for instance, you had a car that you wanted to turn into the corner sharper, better. But when you adjusted the chassis aerodynamics or suspension to do that, it got so loose or so snappy at the exit of the corner that you had to lift or you had to back off the throttle so much that you were hurting your exit speed. What you could do now is still adjust the chassis for that great turn-in, but let the traction control take care of that problem at the exit of the corner, where normally you couldn't have the nice great turn-in because you were too snappy at the exit of the corner, so you have to give up that. So the traction control becomes something that we can actually use to help change the balance of the car and the feel for the driver. And a lot of drivers will say, they might come in and say, hey, I needed to do this. And I'll say, ooh, that's going to make it looser on the exit. And they'll go, doesn't matter. I'll just turn the traction control up and let it take care of it for me. So some drivers really, really understand the use of the traction control for allowing us to do some setup things that might not have been possible in the past.
Pretty amazing. And maybe let's add on one more thing, just because you have the experience working with a number of auto manufacturers that some are more hardcore on traction control and its perfection than others. everyone works at a super high level. So it's not a case of there are some that are great and there's some that aren't. Everybody's fantastic at it. Obviously, without naming names of those manufacturers, can you describe, situation or two where you can think of where, that working with this brand A over here, boy, those guys are just going to be up all night trying to perfect this, perfect traction control for this track for what we're asking for, because they know that they can exploit little zillionths of a second here or there to beat their competition. I'm sure that there's some that stand out that way.
Sure. I can tell you how important traction control is to teams in general. So our little team at Core, we're an independent team with very little manufacturer support compared to the big factory teams. And we employ a traction control guy. That's what he does. He comes to the racetrack and he tunes our traction control with us. He's employed by us to do that. Can you imagine what an Acura or a Mazda or a Cadillac are doing? I mean, I can tell you what they're doing. There are multiple traction control people that do that full-time for them, tuning the traction control, looking at all of the various parameters that they have available to them, trying to design new, better, more sophisticated systems that are better on the engine, better for fuel economy when the traction control comes in. All the DPi manufacturers have taken traction control very, very seriously. And it's because, like we said when we started this whole thing, it's purely performance. I mean, it's tire life, it's lap time, it's setup ability, it's consistency, it's something, unfortunately, that the fans can't see. They can see a new big wing or a new cool development that the car has, or hear a different exhaust note or something. But traction control's, lines of code, but it's super, super important and very determining of the outcome of these races nowadays.
Let's move to something that, again, probably sounds like the most boring. Are you guys really going to talk to us about radios? But it's become something that was that once upon a time, Jeff, right? Radios. You talk into them, people talk back. Holy cow. This is a true technical system that deserves a Jeff Braun explanation. And I know I told you a bit of a funny story from earlier in the decade at Indy that I'll sprinkle in somewhere just to understand how articulated radio systems have become. But I mean, Jeff, what do you have to work with on the timing stand, as you mentioned, with your Core Autosport team? What kind of I don't even want to say radios anymore, communications network, and then we can also talk about what's in the car too.
All right, so it has evolved quite a bit, as you said. Obviously, we have the simple race engineer pushes a button, talks to the car, driver hears it, driver pushes a button, talks back. In the pit stand, we have two other basic systems, and one of them is what's called a crew channel, which is just another frequency that I can push a different button, and that transmission goes only to the crew members on the team, so the driver doesn't hear it. So I can prepare them for a pit stop. Hey, we're going to come in 3 laps. We're going to change tires, set 4. We need a full load of fuel. The driver needs a drink bottle, and we're going to keep the same driver. So I can tell them that kind of a thing. So that's on the crew channel, just a different frequency. And then we have an intercom, which is a hardwired intercom system that allows us to talk duplex, just like you and I are talking on the phone right now. You can interrupt me at any time. I can hear you. We can both talk at the same time and both hear each other at the same time. But it links, think of it like the old party lines. It links anybody who's on this intercom system. So I'm on the intercom. My assistant engineer, Tyler Neff's on the intercom. We have our traction control guy that I just talked to, Henry, on the intercom. We have our systems engineer, Lee, on the intercom, and we have our crew chief on the intercom, and then there's a couple blank headsets that the driver who's not in the car can listen to. He can be on the intercom listening as well. And so we have a constant dialogue during the race when we're doing strategy, hey, look at what happened here, look at this, okay, we can go 3 laps more on fuel. Do we want to change tires? Do we want to do this? It's a constant chatter, basically. And we all know each other's voice, and people know when to stop talking, when something critical is happening, or, me and Tyler, my assistant engineer, need to work something out critical. The engine guys will stop talking or whatever. So it's a constant open loop system where we can all talk. During practice, when the car stops in the pit lane, we plug a cable into the car, and it links the driver into that intercom loop. So I can talk to him openly. All the other people on the intercom loop can talk to the driver and hear what the driver's saying. And we can discuss anything about the car, anything technically. And since it's a hardwired closed loop system that's not broadcast, none of our competitors can hear us because we all monitor everybody's radio. I'm listening to all our competitors during the race, or somebody is on our team, and our competitors are all listening to us during the race. So during practice, we don't want to say, hey, let's go up 2 PSI in the rear tires. And the driver says, hey, I need a little bit more traction. That really helped. I really like that. We don't want our competitors knowing what we're finding out and what we're doing. So it's all on that closed loop intercom system, which makes it kind of boring, as you found out.
Well, yeah. So I guess I don't want to say early-ish. It was 4 or 5 years into this new reporting thing I was doing, but a decent amount of time since I'd stood on a timing stand of my own, or was a part of the engineering team on a timing stand or otherwise. And so I think it was for the 2010, maybe the 2011 Indy 500. I'd pitched the Ganassi team on the idea of spending a day with the team, with I think Dario Franchitti's car, and just trying to bring fans inside what a day of running at the Indianapolis 500 is like. So not just turning the wrenches and whatnot, but plugged in, listening to the communications, obviously agreed in advance that I would, to your point, wouldn't be giving away, hey, they came in at this time and it was this ambient temperature and so on, and they went up 3 pounds here and changed to camber from this, Obviously, being a race engineer, I know what's going on, I know what they're doing, but had to agree to not share that and what I was going to end up writing. And so all agreed, everything was great. Get down, whatever, early, half hour before the running started, and handed me a headset. Great, here you go. I think I had my little iPad with me to take notes, and it was pretty darn hot that day. And so Dario comes down, hey, how you doing, brother? Climbs in the car, they fired up, and I think I heard whomever it was say, all right, going to roll out, going to do whatever install lap, and we'll see you right back here kind of thing. And got some sort of just a little click on the radio. Often that's what drivers will do or are instructed to do. You don't have to say yes, got it, affirmative. Just a quick click on the radio button is just received as an acknowledgement. And I think I might have heard 100 words total spoken across an 8-hour day, Jeff. And it didn't take too long for me to realize that, they gave me call it the boyfriend's, girlfriend's, whatever headset. Right. That, as you mentioned, all of the truly interesting conversation was taking place through the umbilical cord, through them plugging in, through that open loop system of everyone plugged into the timing stand, and then obviously when Dario would come to a stop, they'd plug in, and so it was just quite fun to have my headset on when he came back in from that install lap, and I can see him flip up his visor, and you can see his kind of face moving like he's talking. I look over to the timing stand, they're chatting away, radio silence in my ear, and I'm like, come on, man. I got better things to do here than stand around all day and getting, like, genuinely, the only things I would hear was turn 4, which was just Dario's way of saying he was, entering pit lane. And I'm like, so yes. Next time, remind me to be smart enough to say, hey, I got this great idea for a feature, and it involves being plugged in to the timing stand and the full communication system, not the idiot headset. Go stand behind, the timing stand and just kind of look cool. So yeah.
It's a great system because everybody's looking for an advantage, and we, during the races, obviously there's a little more information coming across, and the teams have to tell their drivers, and the drivers have to tell the teams a little bit more, and teams monitor that. The big teams will have one person assigned to doing nothing but monitoring the competition's radio and then reporting that. That's usually a person that's fairly technically savvy, and they'll kind of filter out what's important and what's not, and then they're on the intercom and they'll relay that to the engineers or the assistant engineer so that you have the information of what the other teams are doing. And so that becomes important, but the intercom is where all the real action and all the real cool stuff happens now. And even on the crew channel, people will monitor everybody's crew channel. So when I need to talk to the crew, it will, you'll hear something during practice. You hear something like, okay, guys, that rear change we talked about, we're going to do that next. Well, that doesn't help any of our competition, but we've already talked before the session that rear change might be, 100-pound softer rear spring, or it might be a rear wing change or something like that. And they know what it is, and they just head off and do it. So the systems have become pretty sophisticated. There's digital radios that basically send the transmission. It's not really encrypted, but it's digital, and it's hard to receive and decode. And IMSA does not allow the use of that for car to pit communication. It has to be on a UHF frequency between a certain band. You have to register your frequency with IMSA, because not only do the competitors listen to the other competitors, IMSA listens to all the competitors.
Oh, yes.
So, and they want they want the fans to be able to listen in as well. And they actually, the big racing radio companies will print lists of frequencies for all your teams, and then you can bring a scanner to the track and you can pick out the frequencies of the cars you're interested in and listen to the drivers and the engineers talk during the race. And it's part of the enjoyment of the fans, and it's a great thing that they do that. A lot of European series allow digital radios, and the fans have no access to that, which is kind of a shame.
Let's close on this, Jeff. So we've spoken about the team side, the cold side of pit wall, if you want to call it that. Let's talk about the car. So you've had this pretty cool thing for a while now, which is still, I think, a little bit magic in that in endurance racing, multi-driver racing, how the heck do you know when one driver gets in, the other one gets out? How do you stay on top of that from a timing and scoring standpoint? How does the series know who is in and out, since so many of these cars have, a lot of either protective material or wind shades type stuff, and, can't necessarily see what helmet or whose helmet is in the car based on banners and this and that and the other. How the heck do we do this? And the secret, oddly enough, is through your radio plug. And why don't you share a little bit about not only what you use in the car to communicate, but also how the driver's helmet and the connection plug there plugging into the radio system when they get into the car is actually also a pretty cool informational tool as well.
Exactly, yeah. It's a pretty cool system. In the driver's plug, there's it's basically a resistor, and each driver has a different one, and you have to register which resistor basically you have, which corresponds with which driver, and then IMSA will check that when you go through safety inspection. They'll check each driver's helmet, plug it into a little box to make sure that John Bennett is on number 1 and Colin Brown's on number 2 and Blake Duvall's on 3 and so on. And so they know who's in there. And when we plug in, when the driver plugs into the car, it transmits to IMSA that driver's in the car. And that's how we talked 2 or 3 episodes before about drive times. That's how IMSA knows which driver's in the car when the car crosses the pit exit line and starts the timing for that specific driver. And it goes further than that. As long as we're talking about communication, people have seen on the IMSA races the leader light or position lights that show which position each car is in. That is transmitted back and forth between IMSA and the car. The car is constantly talking to IMSA's communication for the driver ID plugs and for the car position and for the lap times through the timing transponder. And we're also sending back telemetry data on boost and RPM and all the technical things that we have to comply with. That's all being transmitted back to IMSA through the communication system. So the radio systems have gone from just a simple voice to transmitting lots of data and important information, not only from the car to IMSA, but IMSA transmitting back to the car to change the leader lights to show the fans what position each car is in.
I love it. Next, we need to talk about how your son Colin, I know you've also been involved, but with George Kurtz and the CrowdStrike security company, basically, talk about making sure those transmissions are secure, and otherwise, I'm guessing there's probably some pretty interesting stuff here to learn as well about how cloud-based security, who knows? It'll be interesting to see how such things maybe creep their way into more and more motor racing to make not just sure that radio transmissions are secure, data transmissions are secure. You speaking about telemetry, receiving live telemetry as the car is circulating. You also will receive burst telemetry as well when the car crosses the finish line. Again, depending on the series and whatnot, you can receive a huge dump of information there as well. So, I think that's another area, not for today, but another one to discuss at some point in the future about how when your car crosses the line, you don't have your rivals going, oh, thank you for that nice, meaty information package. All that data we're going to look through right now. So, anyways, Jeff, as always, you are a gem. Thank you, and I truly enjoy our conversations each week, even if these are things that you and I know or have done on our own throughout our careers. I love the fact that we are going to make time every week. Who knows? I mean, there might be a week where you're busy or otherwise, but we're definitely motivated here to try and just bring the technical engineering stuff, whatever, bring you inside that a little bit more of these tech talks. A lot of fun here. And also, as you've done with Jeff, and don't be afraid to send them my way as well. If there are topics you're curious about, ones that we haven't spoken on, things that you might want us to go in a little bit deeper that maybe we have broached before, whatever it is, send us ideas. I mean, we do this stuff for a living, so we talk about whatever. Essentially, we're just trying to share more of it with you so you can know more, see more, and hopefully enjoy your sports car racing even more than you already do.
Absolutely. I really appreciate everybody sending in, hitting me up on social media for ideas, and we'll try to. These were 2 that came along that way, so let's keep doing that. It's fun to talk about what people want to hear.
So my little address is at Marshall Pruitt, MarshallPruett. And what is yours on Twitter, Mr. Brown?
It's at JVBRAUN, and that's Instagram and Twitter, both of those.
You old Instagram star, you. All right. You are a motor racing engineering influencer. That's your new tag there, Jeff. Well, go and enjoy the rest of your weekend, my friend. And we'll look forward to speaking here soon.
Sounds great, Marshall. Thanks. Always a pleasure.
Up next is episode 6 from March 4th. where Jeff details the art of qualifying setups.
As we have done now for 6 weeks in a row with the new Inside the Sports Car Paddock show, we're starting off with our friend, Race Engineer Supreme, Jeff Braun from the Core Autosport program. Jeff, you are currently trying to stay warm, actually getting ready to head out to Circuit of the Americas to watch your son Colin race in the new Blancpain GT World America Challenge GT World Blancpain Series presented by Blancpain GT.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I got pretty well ahead on my Sebring prep. I still got another week to go, but I can see that I can fit it in a week. So had a few days off and thought I'd drive the 3 hours down from home to check out Colin, just be a dad at a racetrack and, watch my son wheel the CrowdStrike DXDT Mercedes and see how it goes. So it's been fun to go visit a different world as it is.
Well, we're also going to visit a different world for most people, and that is diving inside qualifying setups in sports car racing in general. And as we try and remember with your experience, not only as a prototype engineer, but also as an engineer of GT cars as well, you are uniquely and perfectly placed to bring us inside both types of cars and what we would do differently between chassis setup, aero setup, and otherwise coming into a race versus coming into qualifying. So the qualifying side, I'm glad that one of our listeners asked for us to get into this, Jeff, knowing that at least when I think qualifying setups, maybe my mind strays more heavily towards open wheel, say IndyCar or Formula One, where we know there's just a raft of changes made to turn those vehicles into one-lap specials. I don't know if the average mindset has folks thinking that the same thing is done in sports car racing, as much in that direction, but I think folks might be a little bit surprised. So maybe we should start with your Nissan Onroak DPi and give folks an idea of some of the things that you would call for to change coming out of practice, going into qualifying that would be radically different to extract performance.
Yeah, it's interesting in sports car racing. I think, like IndyCar racing, everybody puts in a good effort for qualifying and wants to do well there. Formula One's the same way. Some of these shorter races, qualifying can really have a big impact on the outcome of the race. You look at a 24-hour race like Daytona and you're like, how important is qualifying? It's, some of it is how much effort a team wants to put in, and that varies from team to team. Some teams, they want the pole. There's commercial reasons for that. Sponsors want the recognition. There's just bragging rights. Hey, we're the fastest, and a lot of times in endurance racing, you don't get to show who's the fastest because it's endurance racing, and there's, it's who's the most consistent, who's the best over long runs, who has the best tire life. So to start out, first you decide what your level of effort wants to be. So let's assume, since we're talking about what we do for qualifying, that you really want the pole. Last year for us, we wanted a pole, and a couple times we put Colin in the car to go get the pole, and it was purely a sporting commercial reasons. It really had no performance impact because we would start John in the car at the back of the grid anyway, but we just wanted to do it as a reward for the guys and all the hard work that the team had put in, and we thought we had a chance, so we went for it. So what do? The obvious one is we run very, very low fuel because we only need fuel in IMSA for 15 minutes of qualifying. So a lot of teams will even fuel for less than that. They know the tires peak at, let's say, lap 2 or 3, and they'll fuel for 4 laps, and that's it. They can't even do 15 minutes. So you'll put in, 20 liters, 25 liters of fuel, and with our cars, 10 pounds is roughly a tenth of a second a lap in general terms. So we want to get that fuel down as low as possible and try to match that fuel load with when the tires are going to peak. So that's the first basic thing. Then a lot of times we'll be working on the car in practice, and drivers will have comments of changes like, "Ooh, that's good. That makes it really sharp on turn in. I think the rear tires, if they were new, could handle that, but on used tires, it's going to be too much. It's going to oversteer too much. But let's keep that for qualifying." So we'll have actual setups, maybe spring rates, maybe cambers, maybe aerodynamic setups with the center of pressure being more forward, where the car is more dumpy and more nervous on the entry. That when you put new tires on the car, you get enough grip for a few laps that it can handle that. It can handle that sharpness and that aggressiveness on the setup. But after 4 laps, that goes away, and now you have a car that's really pretty bad, and you have to live with that for the rest of your tire life, your next 20 laps or so. So we would never race that setup, but the new tires might be able to take that for 3 or 4 laps. So we'll go back through the notes from practice, and we'll add a little camber, and we'll take a little rear wing out because the rear grip will be there from the tires, and we don't need all that downforce at the rear for qualifying, because the rear tires will grip well enough to take a degree of wing out and gain us some straightaway speed. So we'll make the car very edgy and only good for a couple laps. You could never race that setup. You would fade straight to the back from lap 5 to lap 20 in your stint, and you would do that every time. And then we might even do gear ratios. You're never going to be in the race on new tires and light fuel tanks. You're always going to be on new tires with heavy tanks. So when you have your best tire grip, you have your heaviest car. In qualifying, when you have your best tire grip, you have your lightest car. So from a gear ratio standpoint, you may be able to optimize some things that only works for 2 or 3 laps. Those are probably the major areas. Some of the electronics will turn the TC down because you have the tire grip that you have now. And if you spin the tires a little bit, but you get the grip from it and you abuse the rear tires, doesn't really matter because you don't have to do another 15 laps. They only got to do 4 laps. So with TC, you can afford to use up the tires a little bit more in qualifying. Same thing with engine boost and all of that. You're not worried about fuel economy. So you'll run maximum power that you can in qualifying. So it's kind of interesting, but it's completely irrelevant to what's going to happen in the race, in sports car racing, more so than probably IndyCar racing, because they run closer to that maximum for their shorter races than we probably do in sports car racing. But it's still a unique situation. New tires and light tanks, it just never happens except qualifying.
And there's a couple things that I think might be interesting to go a little bit deeper on here, Jeff. So if we're talking about suspension settings, for example, we know that with a lighter car that is being driven harder, right, all with this mindset of maximum attack, 2, 3, 4 laps, a minimal number of laps, you, for the most part, probably aren't burdened with an excessive amount of traffic. And we're not limiting this to IMSA, just saying in many instances it might be the class itself only out qualifying instead of the entire field all at once. So at least thinking for the track environment that you would have available, in many series you would have it to yourself instead of flooded with potential traffic to slow you down, and also hopefully some good gaps between the other cars. So in terms of setup, you know that you can throw something at the car that is going to be, say, not, a little more knife edge, if not completely knife edge in terms of handling. You really are on a very ragged edge of falling off the road or staying on track and producing an amazing lap. There are things that you would do with camber. There are some things you might do with tow. toe settings to help there. There might be some things you could do with ride height that are a little bit more aggressive. What are some of the physical changes you would ask your chief mechanic to make? Again, we're just speaking in general terms, to extract that extra performance just through suspension settings.
Yeah, you can be, it's pretty much anything that is more aggressive to the tire. So more camber, more negative camber, the top of the tire tilted in. It's going to use up the inside edge of that tire harder and faster. That wouldn't be good over a full stint, but you don't care because you're only going to do 4 laps. So you can be more aggressive there. Toe settings, you could run a little bit more toe, which produces a little bit more heat, which again wouldn't be good for a long 20-lap run, but would be okay for 4 laps. Spring rates, you can load the tire harder. A lot of times the spring rate selection that we pick is done based on how consistent it is for the tire, how it doesn't overwork the tire, so it's the car is consistent for 20-lap stint. But again, in a 4-lap run, you don't care. So we might go up on spring rates and load that tire harder. And because the tire is new, it has enough grip to actually grip into the track rather than slide if you load it harder. So you do all of those things, just really here abusing that tire is what you're doing. And but it can take it for those 3 or 4 laps. Same thing with shock settings. You can go up on damping and just load the tire harder that way. So it's all notches up that aggressiveness. Not only is the driver being aggressive, the engineer is being aggressive with the chassis setup on the tire and beating it up. And tire pressures. You're only going to run 4 laps. A lot of people will bump their tire pressures up a little bit so that the tires come in at the pressure they want on lap 2 rather than maybe lap 4 or 5 in a long run, because you don't dare want your tire pressures to go too high in a long run, because then you start to lose grip in the middle of the run. But in qualifying, again, you're just trying to peak on lap 4. And so bump the tire pressures up, get them come in lap 2, make lap 3 and 4 your killer laps. Hopefully you don't get traffic then, and you're on the pole.
One of the things that we have seen, oddly, from a rule standpoint, is a statement that once the car hits pit lane and the session starts, you cannot touch it. And I do mean you cannot physically touch the car in so many instances. And that, to me at least, seems to contravene the idea of qualifying, where if you have, pick the amount of time, 15 minutes, a half hour, to try and set the best time, well, there's no way that you are going to send a car out that is truly perfect. You are going to find out something, having made many of the aforementioned changes, right? Cambers and toes and wings and pressures and all kinds of good stuff. Gear ratios, so on. You've made all these changes. Inevitably, there's going to be something where you'd say, boy, I'd love to make a small tweak here. Boy, we went up 50 pounds too high on the front springs. Boy, we could throw something a little bit lower there right now, and this car would really be perfect. But you cannot do that. Share some thoughts, Jeff, on our mindset, your mindset, my mindset. It's about perfecting, tweaking, making the best, the fastest, you name it. Tell us about not being able to do that in the session, and then B, how that affects your strategy going in to a qualifying session, and whether that makes you more aggressive on your setup changes for qualifying or less.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. As you point out, IMSA has been very, very more and more restrictive as the years go on. And whenever I look at a rule that kind of is like, that's a strange rule, and I don't like that rule, or it seems different or something, I always try to understand what the reasoning is behind it. And with IMSA, it's actually as weird as it seems, and it's a good rule, and they've done a great job, because here's what can happen. We don't go through, unlike, I'm not sure how IndyCar does it outside the Indy 500 now, but we don't go through technical inspection before qualifying in an IMSA race. You roll out of your garage or your tent, you roll to pit lane, and you qualify. And so what they're worried about, and quite rightly, is you could roll out from your tent with an illegal car in some way, something that gave you a slight advantage that wasn't quite legal. Some classes have a ride height rule, for instance. So let's take that. That's an easy one. There's a minimum ride height in some classes. GTD, I think there still is. So you roll out of your tent with the car lower than what's legal, go to pit lane, green flag, you go qualify. On lap 3, you run your super great lap, you roll in the pits, and if they allowed you to touch the car, you could make a, quote, chassis adjustment. Raise your car up a little bit. Then go out and do another lap or two, come in the pits. Your best lap happened, on lap 2 when your car was too low. But then they send you to tech inspection after the qualifying. They inspect your car, and it's the perfect ride height because you raised it up in the middle of qualifying. That's the obvious one, but you could do other things too. So what they want is you roll out, they want to guarantee that you've done your time with a legal car. And the only way to do that is to make you not touch it once the session starts. I think it's actually a great rule for that reason. To try to inspect 45 cars right before qualifying would just be logistically almost impossible to the level that they need to inspect them. So it's probably a good rule. And in sports car racing, we always could find something better after every session, every qualifying. It's like, if we would have done that, we would have been better. I wish I could do it over. I'd like to try that. And that's part of the fun of it. And sometimes it's important to you. Other times it's like, if you don't do, it's the typical thing in qualifying. Hey, we're on the pole. Great effort by everybody. Yeah, we really did good. We wanted that. Oh, we didn't get the pole. It's a long race. We don't really care. Which isn't true. You really did care if you were trying to qualify, but that's your rationale if you don't get pole.
With all that said, how do you prepare mentally to get ready for qualifying, knowing that not as if you only have a single lap to do it, but the vehicle that you send out to pit lane is not something that you can either correct if you get something genuinely wrong, or improve if it's good but not great. I'm not sure that there's any kind of singular way that engineers would approach qualifying, knowing that you cannot touch the car. I'm sure that every engineer would have a different mindset on, do I push really hard and essentially roll the dice? And if my aggressive setup is right, we're on the pole by a mile, but if not, we lose, and fall further back. Or one that maybe is not as extreme, knowing that there are definitely odds that might not be in your favor.
Yeah, it's I think it comes from a team mindset, and a lot of times the engineers on the team, most of the time, are not the people that kind of set that. That's a team manager, team owners, sponsors. And so if the team owner and the sponsors come to me and say, man, we got to have the pole. It's really important. We have 100 guests here and we got to be fast, and they're all leaving before the race. And this is the one thing. And I'm making a lot of this up, but sure, there's a reason for, you got to get the pole. Then you'll be aggressive and you'll take that risk. And, my question will be, okay, the pole, but if we get it wrong, you don't care whether we're second or 10th, right? Pole is everything. And if they say yes, then you can be really aggressive on it. And if you get it horribly wrong, you're going to be 10th, which might be okay. Other times, it's exactly the opposite. Qualifying, we don't care. It's an extra 15 minutes. That change we tried in the last practice, I want to go back on that and try something else. Let's just use it as a practice session. We'll actually run more fuel. Let's run half tanks and just go out there and use it as a practice. Who cares where we start? We're just going to start in 10th at the 24 Hours of Daytona, 4 spots from, 100 feet from pole, if we can't make up 100 feet in 24 hours, we got more problems. So let's use it as a practice session. Some teams will do that. They'll just strictly use it as another 15-minute practice to try one more change. Some teams, we've done this quite often. John Bennett, he normally starts the races for us. He often, because we're working on the chassis setup during practice, he often doesn't get to run a new set of tires during practice. So we'll use qualifying because he has to start the race. So we give him a chance to run a new set of tires, and it's his time to go without traffic, without GT cars, to really see what he can do and gauge his performance that weekend and feel what a new set of tires is going to be like. And so we'll use the session for that. And we get more as a team toward our race result out of using the session that way than we do putting Colin in and trying to go for pole. So a lot of times you'll use qualifying for a better race result. And really that's, unless you have those pressures of sponsors and other outside pressures that make qualifying important, that's kind of been my approach, is how can we use qualifying to give us a better chance to get a good result in the race? And that's how we'll manipulate our setup and our strategy and our driver choice and our tire choice for qualifying.
In our penultimate feature, episode 7 from March 11th, Jeff chronicles in-race balance of performance monitoring and adjustments.
This party just keeps on rolling, Jeff Braun. It is we're going to make you smarter whether you like it or not, or fill in things you might not have known about sports car racing, all courtesy of our dear pal, Jeff Braun from the Core Autosport team. And I try not to repeat this too often, but one of the great joys of my life is having met you in, I think, 1991, when you were the engineer on the somewhat small but aspirational Toyota Atlantic team that I was working on, and it was just pretty cool meeting you back then when your kids were not even knee-high yet, but just cool to have this very long friendship with someone who's been at the head of his professional industry. And while I was a race engineer for many years, always was looking up to a certain Jeff Braun, among others, wanting to be as good as them. So kind of fun later in life here that as an old washed-up engineer, we can at least plug in with a really good modern one and get smarter. And today's topic, my friend, kind of the interesting and almost, I don't want to say unspoken, but rarely acknowledged world of in-race BOP management. And this came in from a topic that a listener sent in to you.
Yep. Yeah, it's, I know from listening to all your podcasts that you only get to say BOP 3 times because it's usually comes up in a negative way, but we're probably going to say it more times in this discussion, but it's in a positive way. Love it, hate it, we're not going to debate that, but there it is. And as a race engineer, we have to deal with it. And I don't really care once the weekend starts, I don't care what the BOP is or whether it's fair or not fair. It's just another set of parameters like tires and fuel and track conditions and drivers that I have to deal with and that I have to manage, and I try to manage as well as possible. IMSA, on the other hand, on the same hand, they have to manage it too. And their goal is to make sure that everything is fair, that the BOP that they set out for the weekend is maintained throughout the weekend, throughout every lap of the weekend, and that nobody circumvents the rules that are set out. So it's something that we have to manage, we have to look at, and and IMSA is doing the same thing. And it's really actually a pretty good working relationship between the teams and IMSA. Nobody wants to get penalized. IMSA doesn't really want to penalize anybody. They're not out to, get you. They want to make the racing good and the racing fair. And so they have various ways of managing that through the weekend when the cars aren't running and even when they're running.
And so the BOP that folks, I would say, are familiar with, the balance of performance, that's going to come in the form of a pre-race bulletin that says, hey, Jeff, on the Core Autosport Nissan Onroak DPi, we are going to apply this boost table change that with Sebring here this week, we'll just say, for example, we've made a change to your boost. We have made a minimum weight change. We have possibly altered the maximum capacity of your fuel cell, made a couple of tweaks, all designed to make your Nissan DPi compete as equally, at least in terms of lap time or raceability, with the Acuras, the Cadillacs, and the Mazdas. We know that stuff. It's the, okay, but what happens when we get into the race? And we might see that, okay, hopefully, not because a team has done anything to try and contravene the rules, but maybe we've seen, okay, boy, this car is performing outside the scope of expectations. What kind of tools does race control have to reach out to your team, any other team? I mean, this isn't limited to Prototype, but any other team, and say, hey, these are some of the things we're going to try and tweak on the fly, or at your next pit stop, we want you to plug in and do this, or we see that you aren't meeting this expected parameter. There's a number of things in there that I think folks might not be aware are really being actively monitored during the race in race control.
Yeah, that's, aside from the obvious things like at the end of the race, they'll weigh our car and check our weight to make sure it meets that rule and other things. We can talk about that kind of the static or post-race or post-practice checks that they do, which are kind of interesting. But as you point out, race control has a technical team in race control, and we talked a few episodes back about telemetry on our cars and being sent back to us in the pits, and how it's also sent to IMSA. So as the cars are circulating around during the race, IMSA is receiving via telemetry from each car a huge data stream. And in that data stream is all the things that they're interested in BOP. So for a turbocharged car, it's the boost pressure that we're running. It's the RPM. It's the fuel mixture setting. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But all those parameters are all sent back to IMSA, along with the normal things like speed and throttle position and engine RPM, and they even tap into our ride height sensors. And they have full, they have every sensor on the car that we can see, they can see. And so they're not going to use a ride height thing during the race, but they're looking at mainly during the race your boost and your fuel mixture. Each team now, this is new for this year, has to declare a fuel mixture setting. And IMSA looks at that along with the boost. And because here's the thing, if we ran too high of boost for 10 laps and then brought it back down, that would be unfair to the competition, because we had 10 laps where we were essentially outside the BOP. Yeah. So IMSA needs to monitor that actively every lap. And if we get too high, and obviously environmental conditions change, fuel load change, things change. So the boost, you can't just set the boost at one level and it just maintains there. Lots of things change. So they actually use an integral rolling average of the boost, and it gets really complicated. There's a lot of math involved. But basically, if we go over the target boost too many times in a row, we get a message, an instant message from race control through the technical department at IMSA saying you have to make this correction within one lap or you get a drive-through penalty or whatever penalty they deem necessary, but we're going to get penalized. And so then we have to we get that message. My engine calibration engineer who sits with me in the scoring stand will get the message, and he will recommend that we go down one knob position on boost and just reduce the boost. I call the driver, say go to position 2 on the boost. He clicks it down. IMSA sees that our boost has gone down. We're now running just under the maximum boost, and they're happy. And that has to happen quickly, otherwise we'll get penalized. The same thing with the fuel mixture. If you're outside your declared fuel mixture, too lean or too rich, we'll get a message like that.
And that's an interesting thing too, Jeff. We might stop and explain on the declared lambda setting, and that has somewhat recently been added into the public, or I shouldn't say public, but the official BOP tables that are dispatched. Those have been added somewhat recently for all to see. That's an interesting factor as well, because knowing that every team has a declared lambda setting, a fuel mixture target that you are expected to comply with, that takes away, it modifies a lot of things. How does this declared lambda BOP number, I'm looking at Sebring's BOP, yours is 0.86, Mazda's is 0.85, Cadillac's is 0.9, and Acura's is 0.89. So, Jeff, knowing that we have this declared lambda setting, which is now being observed by the eye in the sky in race control, you and every team are expected to meet and not exceed this declared lambda setting. Tell us how you monitor that throughout the race to make sure you're in compliance. Is that we're actively watching it, or we just got a note from IMSA, now we better take a look and see what's going on kind of thing? And also maybe share some thoughts on how this declared lambda expectation in BOP has actually fundamentally changed maybe what many fans think think might still be taking place in the cockpit in regards to fuel saving and how that gets done.
Right. So first of all, you're exactly right. It has changed it quite a bit. And just to make it simple on what lambda is, there's a sensor in the exhaust pipe that basically, it's an expensive sensor, and every street car has one, and we have them in the race car. It reads the fuel mixture. It reads the exhaust gas and reads how rich or lean the mixture was, and gives a number. So if people are really interested, they can go see how that number has come up and what that number means. But basically, it reads how rich or lean the engine's running. In the past, we had a knob on the steering wheel. People would always hear engine map, or if they're listening to IndyCar, they'll hear, go to map 6, go to map 2. And we have the same thing in sports car racing. We have different maps. And they're basically, the map is just a computer chart or program of the fuel versus RPM, how much fuel we're going to put in for this RPM and this torque level. And so it's a description, a computer program that tells the fuel injectors and the timing of the engine and all of the parameters that we can change what to do at different RPMs and different throttle position settings. And that produces the exhaust gas, obviously. The lambda sensor reads that exhaust gas and tells us how rich or lean it is. So in the past, we have this knob. You want to save fuel, you're 2 laps short of making it to the end on your of the race, you can tell the driver to lean the engine out with his map. The lambda reading changes, shows us, hey, we're leaner now. No big deal. We're going to run less power because you're putting less fuel in, so we have less power. But the race engineer and strategists have decided that it's better to run a little less power and avoid a pit stop than the other way around. Perfect. IMSA has taken that away from all the teams now, the ability to change the fuel mixture with a knob or with the computer control. Teams now have to declare a lambda reading. and there's a range, but we declare one reading. This is what we want to run, okay? Then IMSA says you got to run that within a certain parameter, a certain, tolerance. So now nobody has this ability to change the mixture with a knob in the car. The only way we can save fuel is strictly by driver ability, by lifting off, short shifting, being light on the throttle, not using the throttle in the brake zones, all the things that make good fuel-saving drivers good fuel-saving drivers.
But the key point being, it's no longer a case of clickety-click-click on the steering wheel to achieve a certain fuel number. It's not an option. It is now down to the driver. And where I think this is interesting, and maybe you can add this into your insights as well, Jeff, just stepping out of sports cars for a moment, in IndyCar, Scott Dixon's been known for more than a decade as the fuel meister. He makes fuel. He's so amazing, and it's down to his driving style that he has developed to do this. This is something where IndyCar has also gone in this direction pretty heavily too, where drivers have had to learn how to do this because they can no longer rely on a fuel mixture knob to do it for them. That becomes a bit of a quick study thing for, I would say, many drivers in sports cars too, knowing that, hey, your average IndyCar race is an hour and 40 minutes long, hour and 50, great. Yeah, we're going to Sebring for 12 hours here in a couple days. All right, you're going to be in the car for a long time. This is a skill you're going to need to master and apply for a long time. I also think it's pretty interesting to see how, even though we've been racing sports cars forever, there's still new things drivers are having to pick up to do their job properly.
Right. Well, I'll try not to make this sound like I'm bragging on my kid, but Road America last year, we had an LMP2 car, which has no fuel mixture adjustment, unlike the DPi cars. So we were essentially running to this year's rules, where there's one lambda setting and we can't adjust it. It's not allowed in LMP2. The DPi cars we were racing against all had fuel adjustments that they could lean their car down. Road America became a fuel savings race. It was a fuel race. Whoever could make it to the end was going to win. Colin was able to save an amazing amount of fuel with no adjustment in the car, racing against all the other drivers who had an adjustment in the car and may have been more reliant on that because they had that option in the past and hadn't practiced. They're all good. They all can do it, but they may not have practiced their fuel-saving skills from a driving standpoint because they had the luxury of the knob to do it. And here you needed, probably to win this race, you needed either an amazing ability to do it or a combination of both. And so, Colin said, hey, you drive for 4 years in NASCAR for Jack Roush, and if you can't save fuel, you won't last 1 year there.
I love it.
And so he learned a lot of fuel saving from driving for Roush in NASCAR, and it paid off there. So now this year, everybody's going to have to do that. And I think you're right. The drivers are going to, they're all good at it. They're just going to have to deploy it now where they haven't had the need to in the past with the ability to adjust that. But IMSA will be looking at that and make sure that we're not using some trick to lean the engine out, because we have to hit that declared lambda. And if we are not within the tolerance, we'll get the same kind of message we would if our boost is too high, and we got to fix it right now. And our engine calibration people, that's what they look at. They stare at a computer screen for the whole race, looking at boost values and lambda values and making sure that we're in compliance.
Trying to out-strategize the other teams, trying to be crafty in traffic, trying to set the quickest possible pit stops, trying to be as efficient as possible on tires, also having to go through driver rotations, pick the certain strengths of certain drivers, whether it's night, day, or otherwise, weave in and out of 40, 50 other cars, and also, I don't know if worry is the word, maybe it is, but worry about what's the principal seeing? Someone's looking over my shoulder while we're taking this test the whole time. They see my real-time answers, all the math I'm coming up with to try and do this trigonometry test. Man, I sure hope I don't get popped for getting the taking the test portion wrong, much less the final grade at the end. It's just, again, I love the fact that this was raised as a topic, because it just, I think for the most part, even I forget at times that, oh no, you are being watched every corner, you are always being surveilled, and if anything is seen as being, out of compliance, they don't just wait till after the race. Oh, yeah, we're gonna dock you 5 seconds or move you back. Nope. There are corrective measures to be taken in many instances while the race is going on. So,
exactly. Even fuel, maybe it's probably another topic for another day, but they monitor our fuel flow rate, how fast the fuel goes into the car, how much fuel goes into the car, and there's very strict restrictions on how fast we can fill our car. And it's not just a restrictor in the fuel hose. They actually time the fuel flow into each car during the race, and if you're going to do 40 pit stops at Daytona, it's not like they'll let you do 38 of them too fast and then you can fix it for the last 2 and you were legal. No, you can get docked from the very first pit stop if you're fueling your car too fast. And we're not. I want to make sure everybody understands that all the race engineers, my friends that I talk to on other teams, it's 2%. How can I find a way to optimize the rule? And it's 98%. How can I find a way to not just blow it and get caught? Caught's not the right word. Be found out of compliance. It's like that 4 and 6 rule we talked about. Your fear is, I missed something and I didn't meet the rule. You're not trying to cheat the rule. You're not trying to pull something over IMSA's eyes. They work really good with us, really well together with all the teams, and the teams pretty much work to try to comply with the rules. But it's so complex now that you can put your best efforts in to comply with the rules. You're not trying to cheat or anything. You're trying to comply, and you still miss it. And that's the fear, is that, okay, I tried to make the 4 and 6 rule. I tried to fill at the right time. I tried to get the right lambda setting. And I really did, and I missed it, and IMSA's on my case because I'm struggling because I've got an air leak in my intake, and now my lambda's off because of my air leak. Do I have to stop and fix the air leak, or can I run it this way? And you're just trying to make it work right, and there's so much going on that you almost don't have time to figure out how you can cheat a rule. You're just trying to comply with the rule that they have. And I'm not saying there's too many rules. It's what it is, and it has to be that way to be fair, but it's changed the race engineers' workload and focus.
Smarter we are, thanks to you, Mr. Braun. Well, I'm hoping that you and your Nissan team have an excellent Mobile One 12 Hours of Sebring.
Thank you, sir.
Know that you all have fun playing the role of spoiler to the big factories, knowing that you guys are indeed a independent team that that hires Nissan to supply, compared to having the full might of Nissan behind you as a factory. So, yeah, for those in search of a David to play with and hopefully disappoint some of the Goliaths, at least in the prototype category in DPi, we do have our good pals at Core Autosport and our pal Mr. Braun. So, Jeff, as always, thank you, my friend. And the fun part about this is we have no idea what the topic will be next week, so we look to you, dear listeners. You can either reach out to Jeff on social media, usually via Twitter, or myself via Twitter or Facebook. And if you have technical things, engineering-related items, whatever it might be, on that side of the sport, just let us know. And we are adding to a list that continues to grow of fun things to get into here to open up the Inside the Sports Car Paddock show.
Absolutely. It's been, I think every question we've hit since the second show has been given to us from, social media. So, we'll talk about what other people like to hear, and turns out we like talking about it too. So I appreciate it, Marshall. It's always fun.
And finally, it's episode 8 from March 18th. And here to close Volume 1, the first 8 episodes of Tech Features with Jeff Braun on Inside the Sports Car Paddock. We center on wet weather chassis setups and strategies.
Jeff Braun, I'm not even sure if I need to welcome you back to Inside the Sports Car Paddock, because you are part of the Sports Car Paddock, and we open every show with you, with the two of us doing a look through some form of sports car racing technology, engineering, strategy, something that will hopefully make really a very invested segment of motor racing fan even more invested and even smarter, thanks to you. And you had a great idea coming out of a squishy shoes, 12 hours of Sebring, where we had lots of rain to deal with, and you figured that would be a great place to explore, because it fundamentally alters what you and every other race engineer really has to do throughout the day.
Yes. Well, first, thanks for having me back. But like you said, I don't really feel back. I feel entrenched in this whole process, and that's a good thing. I really enjoy it. So, so Sebring was rain again. I think some people said it was just the continuation of Daytona. We just stopped Daytona and started off right where we ended Daytona with Sebring. But I guess, first of all, before I get into the technical things, I'd just like to say great job by IMSA for the way they handled the first part of that race. Anybody who watched it saw that we started under yellow, and then they kept on picking the speed of the pace car up, and they worked really hard with their equipment on track to try to get the puddles out of the way. And, I bet every team manager, engineer, driver up and down pit lane thought that we started that race at exactly the right time and handled it exactly the right way. And I hope the fans saw it the same way. So as much grief as IMSA got for maybe how things went down at Daytona, I think they need big kudos for how they handled the Sebring thing. That was absolutely perfect.
Funny you mention that, because that was one of my 2 primary notes here for some form of post-event column. No arrows to aim at race control, and also balance of performance was largely a non-issue. What a weird Sebring. So
amazing. Well, so I was thinking about it, and I thought, wow, so we tested the whole week, all the practices perfectly dry. Thought it was going to be dry in the race, maybe get a little rain toward the end of the race. So I think everybody was kind of prepared for that. And then suddenly walk out of the hotel room at 6 o'clock in the morning to head to the racetrack, and it's raining, and all the forecast now says lots of rain. So there's a lot of things race engineers can do when it starts to rain like that. And one of the first things we can do is play with our electronics and our settings. Traction control is the first one. There's a lot of we lose a lot of grip, obviously, in the rain, so the tires spin easier. So we can use our traction control settings to keep that wheel spin down in the rain. Another thing that we can do is the pedal control to the engine. These DPi cars are all fly-by-wire, where there's not a direct cable connecting the throttle pedal to the engine plates that open up the throttle plates in the engine. So it's an electronic sensor that reads the foot position at the throttle and transfers that back to a motor that opens up the throttle plates on the engine. So we can have that one-to-one like you kind of normally would in the dry, where if you push 10% of the throttle pedal throw, it opens the throttle plates on the engine 10%. But in the rain, you might want to reduce that, make it a little less sensitive, a little less direct, where you might push 10% on the throttle pedal but only get 8% on the throttle plates. It makes it not so abrupt, and that's what you want in the rain. So we would adjust the pedal position also the boost and the engine mapping within the legal limits of IMSA's parameters. You can soften all that up a little bit. So we'll use the electronics to soften up the thing and make it not so abrupt, because there's just not the grip there. Second thing we'll do, and this is is huge, that can really get you more in trouble than help increase the performance, but the driver cockpit area. You know, you stuff the driver in there and you go, okay, here you're going to go drive in the rain, just go drive in the rain. The problem is with these cars, they're so enclosed cockpit cars, we don't want a lot of airflow in the car because that's drag. So the cockpits are sealed very well. Well, the little bit of venting that we do have through there to keep the driver alive, because we're not using cool suits anymore. That's a thing of the past, basically, in the prototypes. So we block off the vents because we don't want a lot of water in the cars, because all the electronics are in the passenger side. The ECU, all the radios, all the gearbox control units, all the power distribution units, all of that's right in the passenger compartment. So we block everything off so no water can get in. Well, now the driver can't breathe. So that gets pretty tough to get that balance right. We have heated windscreens, just like you would in your car, like a defroster. Well, we have heated, a normal heated windscreen we have to turn on. Fogging can be a real issue in these cars. So turn on the heated screens, get the driver cooling right, and hope we don't get a lot of water in there. So then the other thing that a lot of people are really probably more familiar with would be chassis setup things. Generally, you want the car to be softer and more gentle on the tire in the rain, because there's not much grip to hold the loads if you put the loads in the tire quickly with a stiff setup. The tricky part is, in a 12-hour race, is question up and down pit lane. Is it going to rain the whole race? If it is, you could make some of those chassis adjustments with springs and softer shock absorbers and softer sway bars and things. But what happens if it dries out? Then you have the exact opposite setup. So the race engineers and the drivers have to kind of decide how far they're going to carry that. I think we saw some cars make some early pit stops in the rain, and I'm not sure exactly why those were. They were unscheduled, some GT cars and some prototypes. And maybe, Marshall, you know why those happened. I don't, but it could have been just to make some of those adjustments, or maybe even take some of those adjustments away that weren't working the way they thought.
Yeah, and that was actually one of the things I wanted to mention, a little bit of historical context. If it was raining before the start back in the day with a name a variety of non-super aerodynamically driven vehicles, would not be uncommon to disconnect the front anti-roll bar link, disconnect the rear, just soften the thing up like mad. Not really an option today, knowing that most of the cars we would find in the WeatherTech Championship or the WEC, even the GT cars, are so aerodynamically driven that once you start doing things like that and allowing so much roll or pitch and heave, you could potentially actually create more problems than actually creating a positive environment for traction and overall handling in the wet. So it's an interesting dynamic, Jeff, and that was something you mentioned, some of those early stops with folks some of them were just trying to top up on fuel at certain points. Some were dealing with fogging issues. Some were honestly just so out to lunch on their rain setups that they had to stop. And the part that I thought might be interesting to discuss among all this from you is it's not exactly quick or easy to make an adjustment that is non-aerodynamic for the rain. In other words, we saw some prototype teams replacing the nose or replacing the rear wing and rear bumper structure as a unit, despite not being having any damage. Why? Well, the teams will have a spare nose or spare rear wing structure done with a different aerodynamic setting, either higher downforce, lower downforce, probably higher downforce than what we were talking about here at Sebring, where it's just simply faster to unbolt the first and then bolt on the second, knowing that it has an improvement there that the team's looking for balance-wise or grip-wise. Not so much the case, though, Jeff, if we're talking suspension. If you're having to soften something there or stiffen something there, that's going to be a significant amount of time on pit lane. So maybe you could get into that a little bit, talking about rain compromises.
Mm-hmm. And you're exactly right. That's the thing is, if you're going to do springs or shock settings, or disconnect an anti-roll bar, you're committed to that for a while. And so most teams in a long sports car race, if it started downpouring rain at the start of Long Beach, you're pretty much going to be rain the whole time for a 100-minute race. But for 12 hours at Sebring, you never know. And so we have, all the DPi cars have adjustable anti-roll bars, cockpit adjustable, that the driver can adjust. So I'm sure everybody went to full soft on their anti-roll bars, but I would doubt that anybody went so far as to change springs and the actual anti-roll bar diameters themselves. So everybody probably went full soft on the bars. Then, as you mentioned, they look at the aero setup. And the nice thing about today's modern DPi cars is we can change a nose section, which is nose, splitter, dive planes, the whole component, in about 15 seconds. And we can change the rear wing assembly and structure in about the same time. So what we'll have is everybody will have spare, it's called the QCR, quick change front, or QCF, quick change front, and QCR, quick change rear. We'll have a QCF and a QCR set up for rain and for dry conditions, and we can just change those very quickly. Some race engineers add downforce when it rains. Some take away downforce when it rains. It's kind of a choice between the drivers and the engineers. Some drivers are like, hey, it almost doesn't matter what downforce level we have in the corners. The rain is going to limit us to a certain speed, so let's trim it out and go fast on the straightaways and pass them on the straightaways. Other drivers like the higher downforce setup because it does help the braking a little bit, does make the car feel a little bit more secure in the corners, and so they'll add downforce. But we have the option to change it real quickly when conditions change, and you can chase that. A lot of times you'll see rain tires go on with a whole different aero setup and come off, and the aero setup be changed as well. So it's pretty cool. In the old days, it was okay, we got to unscrew the screws out of the wing flap and lower the flap, screw the screws back in. It took a long time. So yeah, and then there's the other thing is. The rain affects your whole strategy. It's not just the technical part of the car. Immediately, you get better fuel mileage because you're just not on the throttle as long and as hard. So your stint lengths change, which changes your driver rotations because, earlier, I forgot, we've done so many of these now that I forgot which one it was, but we discussed the 4 and 6 rule, the 4-hour and 6-hour driving time rule.
Yep.
Well, so the rain, this shows you the knock-on effect of things. You go into, it rains, your driver's in the car, his stint lengths are longer because the fuel lasts longer, and now your whole 4 and 6 and your whole driver rotation plan for the whole race changes because a double stint goes from being an hour to being an hour and 45 minutes, an hour and 50 minutes. Then you throw a yellow in there or two, it could be 2 hours and 15 minutes for a double stint.
Wow.
Now you've extended that driver's time, and now the next driver, his time gets pushed this happened to us. Our final driver's time got all pushed toward the end of the race, and we couldn't run him as long as we wanted for fear of breaking out the 4 and 6. So we had to make changes in the middle of the race, the first third of the race, in driver rotation, just because of the rain, so that we didn't get into a problem with our drive times at the end of the race. So,
and this is just something that I love, Jeff. You're trying to manage a race, win a race, thinking about vehicular performance, tire pressures, and just all the normal automotive things that a race engineer looks after. You're looking after fuel strategy as well. Okay, stint length, how can we manage this? What do we need to do there? You're trying to manage driver rotation, right? John Bennett, for example, opened with a super long run in the rain. You're trying to look after so many things, plus you're also trying to do the math on IMSA's drive time minimums, maximums, and so on. I got to admit, it makes me envious of the days when, say, I was in IndyCar, and for the most on a big oval, and it was just go, right? I mean, you look at the fuel, obviously, and you give some input here and there, and there's a little bit of strategy, but for the most part, man, it'd be just go for 300, 400, 500 miles. You do however many pit stops, tires on, tires off, fuel in. It truly wasn't that complicated. So I'm having a happy place mentally of those days. And then I think about you and all my other engineering friends, on pit lane at Sebring going, oh my gosh, you must be chewing all kinds of, headache pills and you name it, because this is a lot to manage.
Exactly. Well, and fortunately, and I'm sure other teams have probably more people working on it than we do at Core, being a smaller team. But I have Tyler working on the fuel. I have Lee looking at the 4 and 6. I have Henry managing all of our TC and our boost and our lambda controls and all of that, because there's no way I could do it myself. And so we've kind of broken up the responsibilities of certain things, and then I get that information fed from all three of those guys to me, and then I'm working with the driver to try to decide what the best approach is. I mean, even tires, it affects your whole tire strategy. So we were given 24 sets of tires at the start of the weekend. So we have to go through practice, qualifying, warm up, everything, and the entire race with 24 sets of tires. Sounds like a lot. It's not really. It's actually to the point where we would have had to double stint 3 or 4 sets of tires in the race in order to abide by the 24 set limit. Well, rain tires don't count in there, and the minute it rained, now suddenly our whole plan of how we were going to manage our dry tires changes, because now we've run enough time under rain conditions where we can now single stint all of our dry tires all the way through. So some teams may have scrubbed some dry tires, which kind of hardens them a little bit, so they're better at doing a double stint. So if you've scrubbed dry tires, preparing to double stint them, now you don't really want to use those because you don't have to, but maybe you've scrubbed too many sets where you don't have enough unscrubbed sets to run single stints.
Yeah.
You can work yourself in a box pretty quickly. So anyway, the rain plays a lot of factors play into the rain, other than just drive around as quickly as you can and don't slide off the racetrack, which is still the ultimate goal. But it was there's a lot going on when it rains, more than what meets the eye sometimes.
Let's close on one last question, Jeff, and honestly, this is a little bit outside of my knowledge from my engineering days, because I'm struggling to recall a super complex vehicle that I ran in the rain with 1 million sensors sending back information. So in the dry, you are accustomed to looking at a variety of channels just for your own input. of how the vehicle's performing, whether it is looking at center of pressure, getting a feel for how that's, if it's staying where you want, migrating too much. You're looking at, strain gauge, load cells and whatnot, getting an idea. And, again, in this area, you're looking at a lot of factors, speeds and this and that, TC activation. You're using a lot of inputs just to give yourself a general feel of how the chassis is performing, then marrying that to feedback you get from your drivers either in real time or when they climb out and download with you after their stint. But there's kind of a fixed, I guess I would say, dry regimen that race engineers go through. Just get their own feeling of how the car is performing, any weaknesses or positives that might be addressed at the next stop. How does that process change for you in the wet, knowing that you still have all these same data points flowing into you through telemetry, but knowing that grip can be a variable thing? The chassis is certainly not going to be set up for ultimate dry performance. There are probably more compromises than usual. How does that change what you're looking at or what you're looking at in the data and what you're able to glean from it to help you understand wet chassis dynamics?
That's a great question because it changes a lot. One of the things that's pretty interesting is that with all the telemetry we get back, and as you said, in the dry things, the track conditions, they're variable, but maybe let's call it within a 1% window of up and down during a session, or maybe 3 or 4% up and down during a race. In the wet, it changes 10 times that much because it starts to dry out, it rains a little harder. And the drivers are super busy. I mean, they're it's a lot of hard work. They can't see, from the spray, the grip is down. The last thing they want to do is start giving me a super long debrief on how the thing's handling and try to do all of that. So I start watching things like the anti-roll bar position, because like we talked about, the driver can soften or stiffen his anti-roll bars, and what position he's in is sent back by telemetry. So I can see if he's stiffened the bar or softened the bar. Same with the brake bias. I can see whether he's turned the brake bias more to the rear or more to the front. I can watch his throttle position because I can see that trace live. I can see his brake trace. I can see his steering trace. So I'm watching that, and I can see if the track's getting better or getting worse. I can watch it from corner to corner and say, oh man, turn 17, it's raining harder in 17. I can see he can't get on the throttle as much. I see the TC lights coming on more. I can see what he's doing with the steering wheel. He's trying to catch it more. So it's almost like I get a running narrative of exactly what kind of grip level he's dealing with. And then I can look at the radar and take a big guess at it. As we all know, it's a guess, but still you can say, okay, if that's happening, if I can see all this happening and it's going to rain harder, maybe I can make this tire pressure adjustment to help him with what he's dealing with. Or I can, now's the time to go with a new aero setup because it's reached that point in grip level that I can see from the telemetry that at the next stop I'm going to change the aero setup for him. So it's a big insight into what he's dealing with. It's instead of him telling me corner by corner what's happening, I'm actually seeing it in the telemetry and seeing exactly what he's dealing with. And most of the time he'll get out of the car at the end of that, and we'll have a discussion that goes something like, hey, I saw about 3 laps in, you softened the front bar. You just didn't have the front grip you needed. He'll go, yeah, no, it was getting really bad. And then, I could say, okay, well, how did that brake bias change you made help? That helped for a while, and then it started drying out, so I had to go back. And we'll just kind of replay what happened, but he knows I've seen everything he's done. He knows I know why he's done that, and he can explain it back to me some finer details. So telemetry is super, super important in kind of helping chase those changing track conditions.
Makes me think I need to spend a session with you, maybe have my film partner Travis Long join me. We need to document what's the things we talk about on a weekly basis. We need to document at least a portion of a session or something, just so folks, we can throw up a little video so folks can just see some of what we speak about here. And I know, based on all the feedback that I get, Jeff, folks just love their weekly dose of sports car engineering and technology information from Professor. You're the real Professor B. Nothing against my friend Jan Beekus, who does an excellent job, but you're the true race engineer here. You're the conduit, so I'm gonna start calling you Professor B, Mr.
Okay,
Brown.
But, Jan's a good friend, so
I know.
I'll be B2 maybe or something.
Well, yeah, no worries at all. But yeah, that might be fun to think about here, just to capture a little bit of video to go along with some of this, and we
need to do that. Let's do that. With the one proviso is I need to be able to see it first, so we don't give too many secrets away.
Oh, absolutely, no worries at all there. And keep in mind that since my pal Travis is a genuine Hollywood movie director, the things he can do in post-production to add in things or make it look like you're saying, I'm just telling you, we can create all kinds of problems, but we'll try not to do that. We'll be good citizens here. But anyways, as you know, Jeff, greatly appreciate you and your the time that you make. You're actually still in Florida, still doing testing, taking some time out between all of that here to call in to help us round out this week's Inside the Sports Car Paddock. So thank you as always, my friend.
Always fun. I appreciate it. Let's do it again next week. We'll talk about it. And everybody who sent in suggestions, we have them on the list. This was a little special one from what happened last weekend, but we'll get back to ticking some of those recommendations off. And I really enjoy it. Thanks for having me, Marshall.
And keep sending those in, folks. We'll get to them eventually. That's a great thing. It's a weekly format. We're not exactly sure what we're going to speak about, and as long as we still have weeks, we'll have topics. All right, brother, I'll let you get back to work. Thank you.
And that was a compilation of the first 8 episodes of Inside the Sports Car Paddock with our friend Jeff Braun and myself, Marshall Pruitt, brought to you by Cooper Tires and the Justice Brothers. And we'll be back to you next week with a regular episode featuring a variety of interviews from throughout the global sports car paddock and Jeff Braun himself on a brand new topic.